like you to know that to note that in addition to being recorded, today's session is also being live streamed on YouTube. We'll be starting today's meeting with a land acknowledgement, and this will be led by Christina Rangers.
Thank you, Meg. Second here. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and is within the territory of the Dish with One Spoon Treaty. Thanks.
Thank you so much. My name is Meg Graham. I'm co-chair of the Design Review Panel. I'll be chairing this first item. My colleague and co-chair Michael Leckman will chair items 2 and 3. Agenda item 1 is 12:15 to 12:55 McCowan Road. Welcome everybody, and thank you for participating. This is an OPA and rezoning application, as well as the first review of 12:15 to 12:55 McCowan Road. We have an hour and 15 minutes scheduled for the review. It is a formal review, It is a formal review session with a vote taken at the end. Staff have 12 minutes for their presentation, and this will be followed by a 15-minute presentation from the consultant. Discussion by the panel will follow these presentations. As I mentioned, the session is being live streamed on YouTube and is also being recorded. The recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. Can I confirm that the proponents are here? Leanne, do we have all the proponents? Yes? Okay. Good, thank you so much. I'm going to do a roll call. And so members of the panel, please confirm that you're here and that you do not have a conflict of interest with the project. If I don't call your name out, please let me know at the end. Michael Leckman.
Present, no conflict.
Jim Goff.
Present, no conflict.
Olivia Kyung.
Here, no conflict.
Paul Kulig.
Present, no conflict.
Joe Lobko.
No conflict, present.
Thank you. Anna Madeira.
Present, no conflict.
And Juhi Oh.
Present, no conflict.
Great. Now, have I missed anybody? Doesn't look like it. Okay, good. Thanks, everybody. Some reminders before we get started. For panel members, don't forget the staff questions and to provide commentary on issues of both concern and appreciation. I will let you know verbally when you have 1 minute left, proponents, in your allotted time so that you can wrap up your presentation. And then without further ado, let's please begin with the staff presentation again. Oh, and also please do introduce yourselves before you begin, proponents. Thank you. We can see it, Tyler. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tyler Hughes. I'm a community planner in the Scarborough District, and I'm joined by Sasha Terry, urban designer in the Scarborough District. And as was mentioned, we're here to discuss the OPA and rezoning applications at 12:15 to 12:55 McCowan Road. I'll just begin by speaking to the planning context that applies to the site. Sorry, here, it's just a bit slow. So the subject site is located within Scarborough Centre, one of the 4 centres in Toronto. And centres are described as places with excellent transit accessibility where jobs, housing, and services will be concentrated in a dynamic mixed-use setting, as well as places that are expected to absorb population and employment growth outside of the downtown over the next 30 years. The subject site is designated mixed-use areas, which will achieve a multitude of planning objectives by combining a broad array of residential uses, recreation, and cultural activities, and parks and open spaces. To the west of the subject site, on the west side of McCowan Road, is the Frank Faubert woodlot, which is designated natural areas. So there are a number of development applications and initiatives within the context of Scarborough Centre. The subject site is located at the northeast corner of McCowan and Ellesmere Road. And to the north of the subject site, there is the Housing Now site at 40 Bushby, which will be the second item at the DRP today. And further to the north, there is a future location of the Scarborough Centre subway station. As well, the alignment of the Scarborough subway extension generally aligns with McCowan Road, north to south in this location. This is another angle of the site with a 3D view looking east. You can see the existing built form context surrounding the site, as well as the 40 Bushby Drive site and the future subway station location. The subject site is within the Scarborough Centre secondary plan area, and OPA 409 updated the mapping of the secondary plan area to enhance connectivity and mobility options in Scarborough Centre. And this map shows the planned street network for the area. There's a north-south street shown running across the subject site, as well as an east-west connection. This is the active transportation network mapping from the secondary plan, and it shows active transportation connections, including dedicated cycling connections along McCowan and Ellesmere Road. There's a study that's underway to update the Scarborough Centre secondary plan. It's been underway since 2018, and that study is known as our Scarborough Centre. We're currently in the final phase with the final staff report targeted for the first quarter of 2024. And I'll pass it now to Sasha Terry.
Thank you, Tyler. So the site is within the McCowan district, which is characterized by the planned Scarborough Centre subway station and multimodal bus terminal. The McCowan district is to feature the greatest heights and densities in Scarborough Centre, with blocks in and around the subway station. A fine-grained pedestrian network is to be provided with high-quality streetscape design and public realm to lead pedestrians to the subway station. Retail is to be provided at grade to provide a vibrant downtown environment around the subway station. District is to include a designated office priority area where office users are encouraged through a density bonus. And signature architectural expression is encouraged in and around the subway station. Next slide. Our Scarborough Centre public realm plan identifies 2 neighborhood streets within the subject site, a 20-meter north-south road and a 20-meter east-west road that reflects the in-force OPA 409 Scarborough Centre secondary plan street network. In addition, a public park is envisioned for the site fronting the public street network. A local pedestrian connection is shown along the north boundary of the site, providing a mid-block connection from McCowan Road to Grangeway Avenue to the east. Next slide. The north-south public street requirement for OPA 409 has been agreed to by the city transportation staff as not needing to extend through to Bushby Drive development site due to the lack of network connection further north with the Scarborough Centre subway station block. So in light of this direction, city staff recommend a parks and open space connection to Bushby Drive in lieu of a public street, providing a consolidated parks and open space focal point for future residents of both development blocks, while still providing pedestrian connections to Bushby Drive and the subway station. An L-shaped public street for this site, last slide. An L-shaped public street for the site connecting to the existing signalized intersection is still imperative to give public access and address to the public park and to allow residents to walk freely through the street and park network. Next slide. McCowan Road is an arterial street with the highest intensity volume of users in Scarborough Centre that leads to the future subway station and Highway 401. It is envisioned as a character-defining street with a strong landscape character of double row tree planting to break down the scale of the street. A 3-meter setback and cantilevered podium is meant to spatially accommodate the second row tree planting. Unidirectional cycle tracks and wider sidewalks are to be provided within the boulevard to promote cycling and walking. Next slide. Our Scarborough Centre study envisioned a mix of building types for the site, including towers and mid-rise buildings. Ellesmere has an existing mid-rise building context. The key was to maintain the built form character while transitioning down in height towards neighborhoods to the south of Scarborough Centre. Next slide. The site is located outside the subway station height peak. Heights are envisioned as mid-rise building heights from 8 to 14 stories and tall building heights up to 29 stories. This height direction complements the existing residential tower heights to the east at 68 Grangeway at 26 stories and across McCowan Road at 61 Town Center Court at 25 stories, as well as the existing mid-rise building height at 1680 Ellesmere at 8 stories. Next slide. Our Scarborough Centre provides specific direction on tower-based building heights to ensure podium heights appropriately reflect the scale of the street. At 36 meters plus, both McCowan Road and Ellesmere Road Avenue are very wide streets. A minimum 6-story podium height is recommended to match the scale of the street. The study also recommends special architectural features and greater heights at corner sites. The corner of McCowan Road and Ellesmere Road is one of the main gateways to Scarborough Centre and validates special attention. Next slide. A food store is currently proposed at the corner of McCowan Road and Ellesmere Road, with the main retail entrance facing a private street, resulting in the rear condition facing the intersection. The food store results in a 1-story built form facing the corner. Next slide. Our Scarborough Centre study also provides protection for sunlight and parks and open space. 7 hours free of shadows to be achieved for Frank Fobert Woodlot west of the site. 3 hours free of shadow are to be achieved for a public park proposed on the site.
Thanks, Sasha. So now I'll quickly go over the site context. So as mentioned, the site is at the northeast corner of McCowan Road and Ellesmere Road, with 3 standalone. The site is developed with 3 standalone retail buildings, including currently a grocery store, restaurant, bank, and pharmacy. And they're a mix of mid-rise and tall buildings to the east, and the 40 Bushby Housing Now site to the north, as mentioned before, and also the Frank Fobert Woodlot to the west, as previously mentioned. So there are 26 and 20-story buildings to the immediate east at 68 to 88 Grangeway, and an 8-story building fronting onto Ellesmere at 1680 to 1686 Ellesmere Road. To the west, as Sasha mentioned, there's a 25-story building at 61 Borough Drive. Speaking to the existing site specifically, there are 2 existing curb cuts, 1 right in, right out on Ellesmere Road, and then an access from the signalized intersection on McCowan Road. So this is a view looking northeast from the intersection of McCowan Road and Ellesmere Road. This is a view looking northwest from Ellesmere Road. You can see the vehicular access there. This is a view looking north along McCowan Road, sort of at the signalized intersection location. This is a view looking southwest from Grangeway Avenue. It shows sort of the grade difference further to the north. This is looking south, so southwest. You can see a retaining wall and the grade difference between the subject site and 40 Bushby, which is located to the north. So I'll briefly introduce the application. So a combined OPA and rezoning application were submitted in March of last year, and the proposal contemplates the redevelopment of the site for 3 towers. The south tower is proposed at 25 stories, the central tower proposed at 45 stories, and the north tower proposed at 55 stories. A total of 117,913 gross square meters of gross floor area is proposed, including approximately 4,800 square meters of non-residential. A total of 1,412 residential units are proposed, and in terms of parking, 1,466 vehicular parking spaces and 1,087 bicycle parking spaces. This is the site plan, and you can see the current configuration or proposed configuration. So it has an east-west private street known as Private Street A, and a north-south private street, which is referred to as Private Street B. And there is a POPs proposed internal to the site. The 25-story tower is oriented on Ellesmere Road, and the central tower is oriented towards McCowan, and the 55-story tower is further to the east on the north end of the site. So now I'll quickly cover the issues for design focus. So staff are seeking the panel's advice on the following issues: provision of a public street and a public park as part of the our Scarborough Centre study visioning, integration of a public park within the public realm network for the block's greater development, Design of the building, including building entrance, building setback, and building height at the gateway intersection at Scarborough Center, the gateway intersection of Scarborough Center at Ellesmere Road and McCowan Road. That is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Move into the consultant's introduction, please, and presentation, and you'll have 15 minutes to do your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I will just introduce myself and our team. The presentation the presentation is broken up into 3 parts. Our planner will spend a few minutes talking about some of the planning issues. I will do the architectural portion, and then we have a landscape portion that we'll be talking about as well. Good afternoon. My name is Nicola Casciato, WZMH Architects in Toronto. With me, I have Jane McFarlane from Weston Consulting and Ray Ronigan from TLA, Studio TLA Landscape. So I will share my screen, and then I will take us through the presentation starting from there. So let me just share my screen. And Jane, can you see the screen? Do I have it up properly?
I can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, so go ahead, Jane. Let's take it away.
Great. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Design Review panel. I'd just like to start off a presentation with pointing out some components related to the planning context and the timing of our application. We did begin our exercise to redevelop the McCowan Square in early 2019, around the same time that it became publicly known that the city was undergoing the Scarborough Centre focused review. We did meet formally with City of Toronto staff. We had a first PAC application in February 2020. We went back a year later with another second PAC meeting in February 2021, after which phase 2 of the Scarborough Centre focus review was completed. Further to that, we did make our formal applications in March of 2022. This was shortly before phase 3 of the focused review was completed. After our submission was made, it became known to us that there was intention to redevelop the lands to the north at 40 Bushby through the phase 3 of the Housing Now initiative. A preliminary staff report was prepared after our submission, which provided council direction for us as a team to work and collaborate with CreateTO staff to come up with development plans that collaborated with each other. And earlier this year, in January of 2023, we did receive comments from planning and urban design staff, some of which were presented earlier in Tyler and Sasha's presentation, which showed some of the new layouts, which differ slightly from what has been presented in the Scarborough Centre review with respect to the road layout and the park layout. There are a number of planning issues which make the site, or have made the site, and will continue to make the site very challenging to develop. This isn't a blank canvas that we started off with. There is an existing development to the east of 3 stories, including 8, 20, and 26 stories in height, but also the lands to the east are a lot lower with their pedestrian courtyard, which is considerably lower than our site, and make it challenging to provide a public road from a slope aspect along the eastern portion of the subject properties. As well, the lands to the north, at the time of submission, we did not know there was the TPA lot as we see today, but we did not know that there was intention to develop. We now understand that there is the desire for a development concept which contemplates 3 towers. We further know that there is no anticipation for a public road on the lands to the north, nor a public park on the lands to the north. So we continue to collaborate and work with CreateTO, but that collaboration isn't seen in our application and the materials presented today. Furthermore, we do have a grocery store at site along the northern portion of the subject property, which is to remain in place till 2029. Sorry, just go back to the previous slide, Nicola. which, with a grocery store right up against the northern portion of the property makes it challenging to develop and work on the timing with the lands to the north. Public road connection, there's issues of slope, road design, and tenure. A big component is that with the design for the relocation of the grocery store and to stay on site, it needs to be a certain footprint, but it also needs to have trucks and loading which come into the site and are able to back up, which is part of the reason why we did make an application for an official plan amendment to change the tenure of the road from public to private. The location of the parks, as I mentioned, there was no understanding of an on-site park dedication at the time that we made the application, which has partly resulted in why we have a POPs location in the center of the site, as well as the lack of public road. You need a public road for a public park. But also the size requirements. We need to keep the grocery store on site, which has a footprint, and providing that along with a park make it very challenging to develop anything left on the site. And finally, the location of the TTC. This has shifted in the past couple of years, but we do now know it's confirmed to the north of the subject property. But that has influenced how we design our site and the pedestrian travel from south to north through the site and to the northlands and up to the TTC has influenced a lot of our design. I'm not going to go into detail about the context because Tyler covered this quite sufficiently. Next slide. I just wanted to make some notes with respect to our proposed and building height, is that we look at not only the planning policies, but we also look at the approved and built form context. A couple of the applications to the northeast of our property that are probably about equidistant to the confirmed TTC stop at number 140 Grangeway has approved heights up to 53 stories. And another application approved at 675 Progress, approved heights up to 49 stories. And that very much informs our proposed towers ranging from 55 down to 45 stories and then down to 25 stories at the south end to make a nice transition to the southern terminus of the Scarborough Centre down to the low-rise neighborhood to the south. Nicola, over to you.
Thanks, Jane. So good afternoon, everyone. So I have, just to pick up on that, we have transitioned our heights. You can see an orange here, and the yellow and the blue represent the Scarborough Town Centre and some other developments that are being proposed in the neighborhood. So we have transitioned from the residential neighborhood to the south up to the city centre to the north. Another couple of points I'd like to make is the grocery store that we are proposing, we've placed on the corner of McCowan and Ellesmere. We understand that it is a very important store for the community, and so it's being moved from its current location in the north to the corner of the site. We want to create a very important active street in the middle of the development here, based on the current location of the traffic lights that are there. As I'll show in the presentation, we've got active facades around most of the site, and I'll indicate where we deviate from that. And then our development has a combination of products on it, from affordable housing, rental, and condominium on the site. So a good mix. So a truly mixed-use development with residential and some retail. Some of the design considerations were to maintain the food store, create a mixed-use environment, enhance the green and open space network, encourage connectivity, in particular to the Scarborough Town Centre, which has a lot of amenities in it, and the TTC, create a high-quality street-level experience, urbanize the street edges with active facades and a variety of seatings and POPs areas, and emphasize views and vistas to some of the great assets around the site. And then again, a variety of residential products, rental, affordable, and market condominiums. So I won't go into this because I think Tyler covered it fairly well. some of the conditions that are around the site, and in particular, some of these grade differentiations that happen that could prove to be a little bit challenging, but we're at a rezoning level and we'll figure those out as we go along. But the site you're looking here on the right is the actual Create TO site just to the north of our grocery store. The phasing of the site is done in 2 phases. Sorry, I apologize for that. Something's jumping here. Not sure why that's jumping, I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Phasing of the site, we have the existing food store here. So our phase 1 will happen at the corner of McCowan and Ellesmere. The existing food store stays in place. And then once the phase 1 is built and the food store is placed in the corner, then the second phase is built, the full build out on the north. I want to spend a little time on the process diagrams here. We've located the buildings in a way so that they're not overlooking each other. We've transitioned the height to the residential neighborhood. On our land use, we've placed anything that you see that's salmon or that yellow color is an active facade, so it has a retail or a residential or amenities in it, and the lighter gray areas are service areas on the site, and then the green is the pop space. So we've calculated we've got 77% active facades around the entire development, which we think is a respectable number for a development of this size. And then off to the right, we have our green space and our pops, which is located in that corner there. And that works well when we did shadow studies. The pops has a fair amount of sunlight throughout the day, gets shadowed a little bit by this tower here in the afternoon, but then it opens up again. So we're happy with the location of the pops because it does get the most amount of sunlight there. As I mentioned, we have 25, 45, and 55-story towers that are staggered in a way that allows for views and light and view to the sky. And our active street is located in the center here, and I'll show you that in a little bit more detail. So from a site planning standpoint, we'd like to see a sort of a gateway condition at the corner of Ellesmere and McCowan, and there's great opportunity for artwork. And we've also upped our massing in that corner to announce that the grocery store is located under this portion here. We've got towers A, B, and C, and then podiums that align McCowan Street. And of course, our focus here is the active street that we're creating in between the 2 blocks of the development that break the block up. Our driveways have been designed as if to look like they are streets with trees on either side and much wider than an actual driveway, which is a kind of a 6-meter dimension. We've widened that to really create the look of the street, and the driveway wraps around and then connects to McCowan. As I mentioned, the active facades go all the way around the site with 2 exceptions. The loading area here along the driveway and the loading area here along the driveway that goes to McCowan. Our ground floor plan, which indicates those active uses, anything that you see in the light brown color is an active use, so a residential lobby, the retail store, another residential lobby, and then in the block to the north, it's all retail in this development here, and then another residential lobby that faces the pops and faces the driveway. As Jane mentioned, pedestrian circulation on this site will be influenced by and is influenced by the location of the McCowan subway, which is just to the north here. So there'll be a lot of pedestrian activity still coming down McCowan, and of course going to the Scarborough Town Center and to the subway stop. We are planning this as an active street to really emphasize pedestrian movement. And you'll see in some of our perspectives and some of the landscape that TLA has designed that we're really trying to create this as an active center of the development here. So This is a top view down looking to the active street that we've created with retail spaces that line both sides of the active street, and then the POPs space that's located here. And as I mentioned, that's where it gets the most amount of daylight. The driveway is located on the right.
You have 1 minute left.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
enough?
I'm going to need, I think Ray's going to need 2 minutes, but these are my final perspective slides. This is just looking east along the active street to the POPs, which is located there. We've activated these facades with retail and residential that looks down onto the street. And then from the McCowan side, we've got the right is the southern boundary and the left is the northern boundary. We've created this gateway with placing art and bumping up our massing over the grocery store here, and then creating this active facade along McCowan Street that allows people to walk freely from the corner to the subway station, and then our active street is directly in the middle of the development. So this is looking north along McCowan Road, and then looking south along McCowan looking sort of into the POP space, and this is the kind of the front face of the grocery store. Ray?
Thanks, Nicola. Nicola has alluded to a lot of the public realm dynamic. I won't go over those in regards to pedestrian circulation. Instead, I will focus on some of the thought process regarding design language and street character. Excuse me. So we wanted to start off with some of the precedent images to show examples of the public realm elements. And you will see these elements translate across the coming slides. I mean, it really is elements regarding language and character shapes. Nicola, you can flick on to the next one. I think you've already went through the site process. So this is a more of an aerial zoom into the POPs area. So yeah, you can keep going, Nicola. So why would you come here? So active building frontages work best with active streets, feature paving, traffic calming, pedestrian priority, potential for patio spaces, street life, the POPs area, all these things add to these active street frontages, as Nicola has spoken about. Some of the languages that you see that are translating through the public realm elements are the architectural seating, spaces to communicate, spaces to sit, spaces to triangulate conversations, feature elements outside main pedestrian entrances. And as you can see, we've kind of laid out the parking layout where we get this really good character of shade tree coverage right down the street. And we have potential for illumination across the street or not. I mean, it's just a kind of grand idea at the minute. So not every frontage is right for bustling retail. So and building edges often need to accommodate other uses. So because an edge doesn't really have an active use, it still can offer visual engagement and interest and contribute to the streetscape through things like color and pattern, illumination, street plantings and street furniture. So here we've added a green wall to the street frontage here that was going to cover on-grade parking. So I mean, we're making these uses to kind of enhance the public realm and the pedestrian experience. Even with challenging edges, there's always something the building can offer rather than kind of turning its back on the people outside. So and the species is going to be quite pollinator type species wild, because that's what we need throughout the city. And here's one of the last couple of slides is through the POPs area. So this is where we go to. This is the communal areas where we go for resting. Again, there is some retail frontage to this, but this offers kind of a high shade environment. So, and there's water, some challenging grade issues in here, but there is some water elements to internal here. So it really serves the needs of quite a range of demographics right through to the young kids who can kind of use the water as splash, and it adds to that acoustic environment as well. So yeah, sorry, I know that was over. So that kind of wraps that up for us.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Ray. Thank you, Jane. Sasha.
Thank you. Okay, with that, thank you so much for your presentation. We're gonna move into questions of clarification. We'll have 8 minutes for that. Panel members, please raise your hand with any questions. I see, let's do Joe, then Paul, and then Michael. Joey, oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to ask just the proponent a couple of questions about parking. First of all, at the ground level plan, I've got that open on my desktop. A very large corner of the ground plan seems to be dedicated to surface parking interior. Just wondering why that is. Am I also right in understanding that you're suggesting street parking in the active street as a kind of a quick retail drop-in Don Mill Center sort of approach? Is that the thought? And then my final parking question, I think, is I think there are more cars being parked than units being proposed. And yet the argument for density is related to being close to transit. So are you building underneath this active street with parking? Are you building under the driveway with parking? Why are you adding so many parking spaces to a site that's so close to a subway station? Thank you.
So shall I answer that? Or I guess I'll answer that question now.
Yes,
Those
please.
questions now. Sure. Thank you. Thanks for the questions. So the answer to your first question, or your second question on what these angled parking on the street. So yes, that was sort of a response to quick access to the retail shops, similar to what's happening at the shops on Don Mills, correct? This number 9 is a surface parking underneath the building, and it's really related to the grocery store parking. Is that the feedback that we're getting from the community is that surface parking to the grocery store, even in small numbers, is a very important part of this development, or part of the use of the grocery store. So yes, there is parking here. We're hoping that one day this parking eventually goes away and gets turned into something else, potentially a retail, which would really help to activate the street. But for now, the feedback that we're getting is that surface parking is very important for that grocery store, which is very important to the community. The number of parking spaces, I can't really comment on. We are close to the subway, but yes, we are providing a large number of parking spaces, and that I think can be refined over time. And currently, our parking structure does go under this street because at the time when we did this development, we didn't know that the city wanted to propose this as a street, but the other option is to propose this one as the public street. So so you're correct. The parking goes underneath currently, but again, once we get some more feedback, we can figure out how to make that work.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, so maybe following up on Joe's question, that parking spot, if you could describe how the perimeter is lined, the walls, what are the vertical screens, or how that's proposed? And then, sorry, the second question, could you describe what's on the second floor of the podium throughout?
So the first part of your question is what is happening, what are we doing here and here? There was a rendering that showed something. We would propose an architectural screen, or in this case a landscape screen, that would happen something like this along here. Again, it's early days for us because we are in rezoning, but we know that we would need to treat that architecturally or with landscape to really make that an interesting focal point when you're in the pops across the street. That's what you'd be looking at. And so you can see it from this view here as well. That's the parking, that's the screen that we would apply to the parking in that area there. I don't have I don't have the floor plans of the second floor here, but there is a series of amenity spaces, and there's a series of bicycle parking spaces that happen above grade as well. It's not, especially in this area here, it's not just residential units. It's amenities that support the residential use.
Paul, does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, Michael.
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay. Juhi.
I know it's a bit early in the development, but can you share if there's any sustainability goals or strategies for the overall development above ground?
At this point, it's early days for us for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Michael, did your hand go back up?
Did, yeah.
Okay.
We heard from Jane that the project was initiated in 2019. Is that what you mean by early days, that we're 4 years in and it's still too early to talk about those things?
Well, we're at a rezoning level, I guess is what I'm saying. So from a sustainability standpoint, we haven't gotten into the building designs yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no other hands, so I'll do a quick recap of key information, and then we're going to move into panel discussion. So this is an OPA and rezoning application. It's within the McCowan district of the Scarborough Centre Secondary Plan. This is an area where signature architectural expression is encouraged. The public realm plan envisages a public park as well as a north-south public street and an east-west connection. The Scarborough Centre study envisages mid-rise heights of 8 to 14 stories and tall building heights of up to 29 stories. Base building heights are to match the street scale. The proposal that we have before us today is for 3 towers of 55, 45, and 25 stories from north to south, decreasing in height from north to south and transitioning to the neighborhood. There are 2 private streets and a POPs. And the existing grocery store will be relocated to the south edge of the property. The proposal aims to create a gateway connection at the southwest corner of the site. We're going to move into panel discussion now. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we have, so if you could all speak, please keep your remarks to 4 minutes or less. Let's aim for 3.5 each. And we will go in this order, please. Jim Goff, Olivia, Paul, Joe, Anna, Juhi, Michael. So, Jim, if you could lead off for us, please.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation. A number of comments focusing on the transportation elements. Oops, sorry, had my microphone in the wrong place. A number of comments for transportation. I think first, the east-west active street is going to be somewhat of a challenge, I think, in terms of creating a really calm, pedestrian-focused environment, because any outbound or inbound left turns are going to travel via that street because of the presence of the signal. So I think you really do need a very strongly designed pedestrian realm there and heavily calm traffic lanes. So as you get into the details, I would consider things like a cobblestone street, a raised crosswalk between the entrances to the buildings, ideas like that to really kind of reinforce to traffic that it needs to slow down there and that this is a pedestrian-focused space. Looking at the kind of the face of the building on McCowan and at the corner of Ellesmere, it seems like a really big blank face with no accesses to the building. So I don't think that's really going to encourage pedestrian activity there. I think it would be better to see some kind of access to the building, either at the corner of McCowan and Ellesmere or somewhere to kind of reinforce that this is a pedestrian street. You know, we are a block away from a subway station eventually. And so maximizing opportunities for pedestrian movement in and out, I think, will be important. And further to Joe's comment, I would also strongly encourage application of a much lower parking standard, again, given that this is a block away from the future subway station. Finally, with respect to the driveway, I don't think making the pavement width wider on the driveway is a good choice. I don't think this needs to particularly look like a street in terms of, like, you know, a typical vehicular focused street. I think given the presence of the POPs and the need to create a pedestrian focused area, I would, again, want to keep traffic speeds as low as possible here. So I would keep the pavement to the 6-meter width and give much more space to pedestrian area and also to landscaping to reinforce that those are important modes here. And again, to create more of a sense of place rather than just a driveway that you're zipping through to get to the garage. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Sorry, you were saying the active street did you say to remove the parking from the active street?
Not necessarily to remove it. I guess I'm a bit torn. I mean, angled parking, it will help to actually slow the traffic a little bit because they'll have to be aware that people are backing out potentially. So, you know, I'm a bit torn on the parking there.
Okay, so, but you're just saying give as much back to the pedestrian realm as possible.
Exactly.
Thank you for the clarification. Olivia?
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. This site is such a great opportunity as a gateway and as well, and the connections to all of the transit that's planned in this area. So understand that you're juggling many different challenges on this site. I'm going to focus mainly on the pedestrian experience here. I think Jim mentioned this as well, but I think the corner condition at McCowan and Ellesmere is such an important moment, not just for this development, but for the entire area. And I don't see what is activating this corner. There's a piece of artwork, but people need more active uses to arrive here. And I'm also wondering whether the entrance to the food store could come off of McCowan. I think this is such an important corridor, both for pedestrians going to access transit as well as a cycle corridor. So I think the continuity of active uses along McCowan is really important. I think you mentioned that this active street is really intended to be a heart of the development. I think that's a beautiful idea, but in some ways it has made the development turn its back on McCowan and Ellesmere. And then some comments on the POPs. The location feels a little bit disconnected to me. I think you've done a great job activating sort of the western end of the site, and then I think the original parkland that staff showed was intended to be sort of a connection corridor between sites, and understanding that that may not be a possible configuration. I think this idea of drawing people through the site and creating movement through the site is really important. I mean, the POPs is really sort of facing a blank parking structure on one side, so that's a bit of a difficult situation. And then again, I think comments on the parking in the active street have already been made, but I wonder if it can be reduced, if not removed. It just, seeing it on both sides of the street just really takes a bite out of this idea of this really being the heart of the development. This heart has just been given over to parking. So those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I think at the core of the comments we've heard and my comments is the issue about, I guess the kind of thesis behind the project is that we've got an increased amount of density, even more so than what's envisioned in the secondary plan, and that's being justified by the urbanization that's coming forward and supported by the transit, and yet at the same time we see a kind of rather conventional approach to a lot of things that don't follow on that promise, and thinking specifically around the surface parking lot and the fact, for example, that there are almost 50% more parking spots as bike parking spots, that the surface parking is given the privileged spot right at grade and bike parking is pushed up on the corner. And I think overall, just that ethos needs to be reversed if we're really building an urban pedestrian realm that's tied to transit and is vibrant. It's not a suburban strip mall. And so you need to look very specifically at the streetscape details, as was just mentioned by Olivia, around the perimeter, start to show the planning work that's being happened, the bike lanes on McCowan, the deep setbacks on McCowan, the double row of trees, the BRT that's planned along Ellesmere. Acknowledge the activity that happens today with high school kids lining up at that corner waiting for the bus. How is that supported? How does that add to the vibrancy? How does that work with the placement of retail lobbies, entrances, doors, sequences? What's the front? What's the back? How all of that works. And then I think if you can be kind of true to that promise, then I think there's a rationale or possibly a justification for some of the private streets and private drives. Furthermore, I think the desire to go private is that it allows you to do things that maybe the city standards don't let you, and yet I'm seeing none of that. I'm seeing an active street that's still got the same left-hand turn lanes. It's still got really substandard tree planting pits. The only reason it's being done, as far as I can tell, is to tuck some underground parking underneath it and privatize that. If we're going to do a private street, let's make sure it's 10 times better than it could have ever been as a public street, and dive into all of those elements around pedestrian amenity, comfort, slower traffic, safety, septet. How do people travel through the site from the residential entrance to and from the subway very deliberately at nighttime? How is that lit? And just be kind of true to all of that. And then if that's the case, then I think we can have some understanding around the privatization of a public street, or potentially the heights that are taller. But at the moment, I just don't see a kind of continuity from the thesis to what's on the page. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. I support, just following up on what Paul just described, and building on that perhaps just a bit. I think there are a lot of good kind of base elements in the proposal that's come forward, having to do with a street with more attention in the middle of a development that has development on either side, potentially towers on either side, and something that's scaling down to Ellesmere to the south. And the added complication of making sure that the community does not lose a needed food store during the course of the work, and appreciating that challenge as well. So those kind of key parts of the project, I absolutely support and think are working reasonably well. But I think, like Paul, I think there are some, I'm not convinced at all at what is the public realm as proposed here, even though it's proposed to be private. I don't think that the Shops for Don Mills is actually the right model for that active street. In my mind's eye, if I was thinking about a city street as a precedent, I would be thinking about like Market Street downtown. If you, the street on the west side of the St. Lawrence Market is the street I'm thinking about, which has a lot of flexibility built into it. It can accommodate special occasions, for example. I take note of the fact that between this project and the next one we're looking at, we've got something like 2,900 housing units, close to 5,000 people. Where are they going to be gathering? So I do like the idea of flexible, more creative streets, but I do not see why this should not be a public street, and why the staff suggestion for the L shape couldn't be made to work. One thing I would just like to acknowledge, the applicant spent a fair bit of their precious presentation time talking about the timing of their application. And what I take from their decision to spend that much time talking about we did this then and that then is just to put it on that table, is a kind of frustration with, wait a minute, these other ideas came along later with that public park and the idea of public streets. And, we already have a plan, thanks very much, that we like and that we think works. And I think there are a lot of things about it that do work. And I would just say respectfully, I think it would work better if there was an L-shaped public street. I I am not convinced about the northern driveway loop and its need at all. I am very concerned overall between this project and the next one about ground level public space to gather, not a, very modest pop here or pop there, mostly of hardscape, but, with this number of population coming into very compressed area, some, decent public space that people can feel very comfortable in. So I'm missing that. And just would strongly urge the team. I think there's a lot of good work here, but if you can move beyond the timing and the frustration of that, roll up your sleeves, work with the city team to reimagine some of what I would call the sort of larger block planning kind of aspects to it, including the kind of design of streets, including the approach to what is at the moment coming across as a highly car-centric development. Yet the ask is for all this density beside a subway or, the new transit. So that's a kind of at odds, I think, that I think you need to reconcile a bit something there. I would also agree that the corner of Ellesmere and McCowan feels a bit dead, and appreciating though how active retail, as was mentioned, can absolutely bring life to it, which it isn't to say there couldn't be a cafe in that corner. Grocery stores are evolving in their composition and their character. They can have a lot more things in them. How do you in fact bring activity to the street out of a grocery store? Not easily done. And so necessarily they can often be very inward places. So, but there may be a solution there that just needs a bit more work. And the final thing is to really kind of adopt the sense of streetscape that I think the city is trying to promote along these streets. That's not coming across in the application. I appreciate maybe these drawings were done before that work was done. I don't know, but regardless, I think the teams have to come together and develop a better overall vision that works. It doesn't feel like it's doing so at the moment for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's a great project. It's an incredibly big and intense project. And I think there are many challenges surrounding it. And I think the one I'm going to focus on is the challenge of creating character in this neighborhood. As Joe kind of mentioned, it's a very car-centric area, and you're looking to transform that. You're looking to change that. You're talking about the future where this is a true transit-oriented community and the car no longer takes precedent. So I think there is, I think there was some indication of how, these buildings might transform over time when you started talking about the above grade parking that I believe is associated with the grocery store and how that area in the future might transform to something else. And so that's kind of an acknowledgement that it's going to change over time. So I think one of the challenges with character is between the streetscape and the active frontage. So I think you mentioned commitment to both, which I really commend. Having quality streetscape is really important, and active frontage can really create a very pleasant feeling development. So I think there's lots of opportunity between those two to look at the interface of the building and how those uses on the inside spill out to the outside and make use of those spaces outside the building. Like the grocery store is, as an anchor, is an incredibly wonderful tenant. You couldn't ask for a better use at the base of a residential building. So there's lots of opportunity with that. I think I look at the edge of that unit, and I see, there's a really nice, generous streetscape outside of that along McCowan and along Ellesmere. And perhaps there's an opportunity there to make use of that adjacency for the grocery store. In the summer, the big doors open and a flower shop spills out, or there's a variety of ways of that retail use, the grocery use in particular, spilling out and activating that urban streetscape in front. And just while we're on the issue of grocery, and again, there's many challenges that brings to your development as well. Loading is one of them. When I look at that loading area and how it interacts with the driveway behind. I think perhaps there might be a way of looking at internalizing that loading so that you don't have trucks kind of backing up and pulling up on across the sidewalk area there. And I think that would really improve the feel of that area as well. It'll feel less backdoor and more, I think, in line with what you're intending in terms of a generous and beautiful open space. So, and then last comment just on private public space. You know, I think I commend you on the very generous amenity spaces on the rooftops of the buildings. I think that's a great opportunity. It's such a big footprint above the grocery use. My only caution there is that those spaces need to be very thoughtfully designed, and I appreciate that we're not really at that stage yet. But the usability of those areas really does depend on the design and the shade that can be provided on them, because they can become quite intense. But they can be very beautiful if they're designed in the right way with lots of trees and canopies and so on. And I think I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Juhi.
Thank you. I agree with previous panel members on their comments on the active street and maybe the parking balance as well. I agree with Joe's comment that I don't think the shops and Mills is the right example here, just because of the scale, the shortness of street. I do think maybe to think about when I saw the active street, I'm not really clear on what it is exactly trying to activate, and whether it's a pedestrian, whether it's a flow to the retail, whether it's for the bigger the community. I think it's prioritizing that audience and what element we're trying to activate might help it see which elements should be made, or whether if the pop should be so separated from it as well. So I struggle with the scale a little bit. The parking to the grocery store, I understand the need. Again, there is a real need with the groceries and the cars. So I don't know if we can reduce that, but I think the parking on the active street is something to look at. I know it's early, but I do think with the new sustainability requirements rolling out in May, it would really benefit the project to start tackling and create holistic sustainability goals and targets. It's going to really, I think, change a lot of the shape and a lot of the messing over all of the projects to reach the new targets. So that's something that I really encourage the team to start thinking about right now, because I think that will start to actually even shape, like, do any of this rooftop need to have PV panels? Like, are there anything we need to do to balance that between the public realm and the energy goals of the of the development as well? So again, I don't want that to become sort of another issue that comes up as a new requirement that the development team has to deal with later on. Lastly, I just really do agree, I think, with Joe, with the collaboration with the Creatio and the neighboring development. Again, I think it goes back to my first comment on what it is that we're trying to activate and you're trying to solve. Maybe some of the activations can be done with the adjacent sites together and really bring clarity what this site can solve for the bigger community. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. I agree wholeheartedly with my colleagues on their commentary. But first, like to say that this is an outstanding design studio with a long reputation in the city of Toronto, doing great work, and so it's a good thing that the studio is also bringing their talents and expertise to this site, and it's an extraordinary site. This is a site which is singular in the city, overlooking the woodlot, the most wonderful landscape feature. It's a singular in the city, in the province, possibly the world. So this is not an ordinary site, and I think one of the things that maybe I'm looking for is being persuaded that all of the talents are being brought to bear on the specificity of this site, complicity with all the challenges that the site has, and that being persuaded by an architectural proposal. Now, Of course, we all are aware of the different levels of detail that are available at different phases of the approvals process. But one of the things that's happened through the history of the design review panel, 15 years now, is that proponents are aware of the power of persuasion and how important it is as one important ingredient in the argument. Not just the prose that describes how it is going to be, but demonstrating persuasively, compellingly, that this unique site, in the city, province, and the world has received the architectural attention, the vision that it deserves. So, and what are the topics of that vision, right? It's obviously the public realm, first and foremost, and the specificity of this site is that it's a very challenging site to achieve continuous, believable, active public realm. The McCowan district is a challenging district to do that in. So this extraordinary site with its extraordinary ask could have an opportunity to demonstrate persuasively the success of the public realm. We say this from time to time, a big ask deserves a big give. And what is the acknowledgement of sustainability in this particular site? And as Juhi mentions, there will be a response. The architecture will be influenced by the current and approaching standards. And again, this project with its significant ask could demonstrate how that's possible. So the specificity of the site. So I'd say this submission needs a greater effort, a focus as much on the numbers and on the process, but also on recognizing that the change in grades to the north, the complication of connecting this site through another site to the subway, all those things are things that one can have complicity with in the design. And I would say, just echoing my colleagues' comments, that this package and submission at this stage is not recognizing that important aspect of the process. When you think about the checklist, is it exceeding the heights in the neighborhood? Well, it is. Is it conforming to the plans for connectivity? Well, it's not. Is it having challenging impacts on the public realm through the positioning of the grocery store? Well, it is. So those are all check marks that tell you more work, more persuasion is needed. You don't have to go far. The packages are there on the City of Toronto Design Review Panel website, and you can see how that degree of persuasion is brought to bear. More detailed investigation than might otherwise be thought of as necessary in this phase of work, but necessary to help persuade of the big ask. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much to all of you. I will then move into a summary of key points of consensus. I'm going to echo, or I'm going to paraphrase some of Michael's words here. It's a singular and challenging site, and there are many site challenges here. We recognize that very much. We know and we also recognize very much, and we need to acknowledge that the proposal will undergo a lot more, much more development by this talented team. From what you've heard today, and this is, of course, something you know very well. You've been working on it for a while here. That the public realm is a key and critical piece of the project, and the one that we spoke most to today. Specifically, it's key to develop a robust and successful public realm here. Which is to say, perhaps in a little bit more detail, that it's imperative to spend more time and effort on site connectivity within the site and within the neighborhood. There is so much going on in this district right at the moment, and it's so each project in its own way becomes a precedent-setting project because they're all happening almost simultaneously in a way. And it's imperative and incumbent on all of us who are designing within this context to always keep in mind the broader context of the project. We so often just see the site plan for the development. We do see these aerial views of, you know, all these things that are going on, but we don't, with this one and with others, much more a sort of explanation of the broader context and those connections not only is wanted within the documents that you give to us to review, but also much more importantly, that they be those connections be considered and really thought through. These buildings are going to be standing for many, many years. Even more importantly, people are going to be living in them for many, many years. So they are part of a much, we have to think of them much more as we are city building here and not, they certainly, that's really incumbent on all of us. And it's not for a second do we think that you've ignored that, but it's just, this is the time to take another, we think, to take another look at that, and really spend the time to take a breath and reconsider some of the moves that have been made. And to paraphrase Paul, currently, to sum up, the proposal is not consistent with the thesis of the project, which is to say this is an urban development in proximity to transit. The public realm proposed does not reflect that. We need a more dynamic, vibrant, and extroverted, active public realm here. Specific points that were made by panel members include the blank face of the building at McCowan and Ellesmere, understanding very much that it's difficult with a large tenant and grocery store, and they have very specific needs in terms of entry and access and parking. But as one panel member pointed out, and perhaps this is already in your thinking, the grocery stores have changed and evolved. Sometimes there are cafes at the corner, and I mentioned floral studio, flower stores within the grocery stores. Whatever it is, if that grocery store is to remain there, that corner and that face along McCowan and on Ellesmere needs much more activation. It feels dead. There could be at the very least a grocery entry there, if not hopefully something even more active than that. That goes to the point that several panel members made about creating space within the public realm there for, and Anna spoke to this, I think, specifically, where those interior uses could spill out into the public realm. The active street at the center means that the development has turned inward to some degree and deactivated the street, or that there's a less active street face, and that's something that all panel members believed should be reconsidered. The POPs location similarly doesn't achieve the kind of connectivity that it would be good to achieve across the site, nor does it activate movement through the site that the secondary plan envisaged. So reconsider how the interior functions and uses spill out onto the streetscape, and how that active street in the middle is part of that larger picture. Pedestrian and cyclist amenity and comfort need much greater consideration and development. Panel members suggested that the right precedent for this was probably not the shops at Don Mills. Joe suggested Market Street in Toronto, which provides decent, comfortable ground level space to gather. Suggested that you reconsider the L-shaped public street and the design of the streets in general. Be sure to very carefully consider the design of the roof amenity space. One panel member suggested suppressing the surface parking lot. Specifically to transportation, the east-west street is a challenge to a calm and orderly public realm. Suggestion was made to consider raised crosswalks at entries and cobblestones. Panel members questioned the number of parking spaces given the development's proximity to the TTC. On the active street, keep the width minimal and give as much back to the pedestrian realm as possible. And one panel member suggested reconsidering the double-sided parking along the active street. Finally, and really importantly, collaboration and coordination and coherence with the adjacent development to the north is essential. This goes back to where this summary started, which is to say that like all developments in this area, it's part of a much larger and very, an accelerated development of this area. Cities often take much longer to grow than some of these cities that are around transit-oriented development or nodes. And so underlining all of these comments, when we started, I said very much about considering the development from the inside and its all the active movements within the development, but reconnecting, it must be considered within that larger context and its connectivity to the greater neighborhood that's developing around it. And so that is very much a key point, and perhaps the one that is the largest and most important point to make coming out of this review. With that, I'll draw my summary of key points to a close and turn the discussion over to Leanne for the vote.
The vote is intended to provide emphasis and clarity to the discussion and an indication of how well the project advances the panel's mandate of promoting design excellence. Voting options are as follows. Support means that the project meets the relevant design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should continue in the proposed direction and include refinements that were recommended during the review. This option can be made with key conditions if so desired by the panel. Non-support means that the project does not meet the fundamental design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should be substantially redesigned to address the issues identified during the discussion.
Thank you so much, Leanne. Do we have any panel members who would like to propose a condition to a vote of support? Please raise your hand. Okay, I'm seeing none. So we can move into the vote. When I call your name, please let us know your vote. I'll record them here. Jim Goff.
Non-support.
Olivia.
Non-support.
Paul. Paul, you're on mute if you're here. Are you here? Paul. We don't have Paul. Okay. Joe.
Non-support.
Anna.
Non-support.
Juhi.
Non-support.
Michael.
Non-support. Non-support.
Thank you. So voted. Thank you so much to the proponents and to the city for bringing the project to panel. That concludes this project review. We are now we will take a break. Please be back here for 2:45 with cameras on. Thank you so much.
We'll be starting up in just a minute. So panel members, if you're here and you could turn your camera on, that'd be great. Heather Rolston, are you here?
I'm here.
Ah, wonderful. Okay. Joe. All right, well, we are on time, so we can begin proceedings. Welcome, everyone, to this agenda item number 2 of the City of Toronto Design Review Panel for Thursday, March 9th, 2023. This item is the Bushby Drive Housing Now project. So welcome and thank you for participating. This is a pre-application, future official plan amendment and rezoning application, as well as the first review of 40 Bushby Drive as part of the Housing Now initiative. We have an hour and 15 minutes for the review. It's a formal review, and there will be a vote taken at the end. Staff have been given 15 minutes for their presentation, be followed by a 15-minute presentation from the consultant team. Discussion will follow the presentations. Session is being live streamed on YouTube. It's also being recorded. The recordings also will be available at the City of Toronto City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. And with that, we're going to do a roll call. So let me know if your technology is working and if you have a conflict of interest, starting with you, Heather.
Yep, I'm here and no conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim.
I'm here, no conflict.
Olivia.
Here and no conflict.
Paul. Paul. Not seeing Paul. Joe.
Here, no conflict.
Anna.
Here and no conflict.
Juhi.
Here, no conflict.
Meg.
Here, no conflict.
Thank you. Brief reminders, panel members, don't forget the staff questions. Provide commentary on issues of concern and of appreciation. Speakers, I'll introduce a 1-minute verbal signal to wrap up the presentation, to let you know that you need to wrap up your presentation. And finally, if we could begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll just wait for it to be full screen. Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Annalise Onina. I am a project manager in city planning in the strategic initiative section. And today I'm joined by Tyler Hughes from community planning and Sasha Terry. And we are presenting from urban design. And we are presenting 40 Bushby Drive. Next slide. So 40 Bushby Drive is part of the Housing Now initiative, as Michael said. And for those of you who might want a refresher, Housing Now is a program that was launched by City Council in late 2018. It is part of the Housing TO 2020 to 2030 Action Plan and is now a core feature of the Council's 2023 Housing Action Plan. The purpose of Housing Now is to use city land to accelerate the development of affordable housing. And where possible, we look to increase the number of public benefits delivered on that public land. Beyond affordable housing, we look at opportunities to integrate new community facilities, and in this case in particular, improvements to the public realm. All of our sites are mixed income and mixed use and are transit supportive, in this case directly across from a future subway station. Next slide. This is the image that you may be familiar with of the tenure and affordability continuum in the City of Toronto, and the icons of buildings that are shown in color are the tenures and affordabilities that the Housing Now program does deliver on. Where we have market rental and market homeownership. The purpose of including that tenure and affordability is to support the maximum number of affordable rental on site that we can achieve. Next slide. And finally, just to remind you, we are looking at the basis of a future zoning bylaw amendment application. And it's that zoning bylaw amendment that is informed by the reference concept that will be presented to you by the architecture and landscape architecture team today. That reference concept is testing a zoning envelope. And that zoning envelope, once approved by bylaw, is really the basis of the public offering for a developer partner to deliver the housing on site. An important part of this work is the creation of the design brief, which is a Housing Now special. It's a site-specific document that really provides color and texture to the zoning envelope so that when the future developer partner is bringing forward a site plan application, they are able to refer to the enhanced direction on built form, landscape treatments, and materiality. And it will be required that the future site plan application reflect the content of the design brief that you will be providing input on today. I pass it over now to Tyler to share the planning policy context.
Thanks, Annalie. So I will cover give a quick overview of the policy context. It will be a lot of overlap with the first item on the agenda today, the 12:15 to 12:55 McCowan, but I'll try to get through it as quick as I can. So as mentioned previously, the subject site is located within Scarborough Centre, which is one of the 4 centres in Toronto. And the centres are places with excellent transit accessibility, where jobs, housing, and services will be concentrated in dynamic mixed-use settings, as well as places expected to absorb population and employment growth outside of the downtown for the next 30 years. The subject site is designated mixed-use areas, which will achieve a multitude of planning objectives by combining a broad array of residential uses, recreation and cultural activities, parks, and open spaces. The subject site is within the Scarborough Centre secondary plan area, and OPA 409 updated the mapping to the secondary plan to enhance connectivity and mobility options in Scarborough Centre. This map shows the planned street network for the area, and much like the other site, there is a north-south street shown running across the subject site, as well as the future extension of Bushby Drive to the east. This is the active transportation network mapping. It shows active transportation connections, including dedicated cycling connections along McCowan Road and Bushby Drive. It should be noted that the Scarborough Rapid Transit light rail line, which is shown on the map, will be decommissioned in the 4th quarter of 2023. So that's something to keep in mind as we plan for this area. There is a study to update the Scarborough Centre secondary plan currently underway, and we are in phase 4, which is the final phase, with the final staff report targeted for the 1st quarter of 2024. And I'll pass it on to Sasha.
So as described earlier in the earlier proposal, the site is within McCowan District, which is characterized by the planned Scarborough Centre subway station and multimodal bus terminal. The McCowan District is to feature the greatest heights and densities in Scarborough Centre, with blocks in and around the subway station. A fine-grained pedestrian network is to be provided with high-quality streetscape design and public realm to lead pedestrians to the subway station. Retail is to be provided at grade for a vibrant downtown environment around the subway station. The district also includes designated office priority area where office users are encouraged for a density bonus. And that signature architectural expression is encouraged in and around the subway station. Next slide. Our Scarborough Centre public realm plan identifies one north-south neighborhood street within the subject site that reflects the in-force OPA 409 secondary plan street network. In addition, a public park is envisioned for the site at Bushby Drive and Grangeway Avenue. Bushby Drive is identified as an important civic street and promenade that terminates future parkland to the east near East Highland Creek. A local pedestrian connection is shown along the south boundary of the site, providing a mid-block connection from McCowan Road to Grangeway Avenue. Next slide. As described earlier, the north-south public street requirement has been agreed to by city transportation staff as not needing to extend through the 40 Bushby Drive development site due to lack of street network connection further north with the Scarborough Centre subway station and bus terminal block. In addition, Housing Now sites are exempt from parkland dedication. In light of this direction, city staff recommended parks and POP space connection to Bushby Drive in lieu of a public street, providing a consolidated parks and open space focal point for future residents of both development blocks, while still providing pedestrian connections to Bushby Drive and the subway station. City staff recommend the POP space be large enough to make up for the lack of a public park and not just be seen as a mid-block connection, but a programmable amenity area on this site. North-south and east-west pedestrian mid-block connections to be shared between the both development sites. Next slide. McCowan Road is an arterial street. It's envisioned as a character-defining street with a strong landscape character of double row tree planting. Unidirectional cycle tracks and wider sidewalks are to be provided within the boulevard to promote cycling and walking to the subway station. Next street. Bushby Drive is a civic street. It's envisioned as a green street promenade that connects the heart of the Civic Center and Albert Campbell Square to the west, to East Highland Creek to the east. Parkland is positioned along Bushby Drive to enhance the green street character to East Highland Creek. A 5-meter building setback is to be provided to achieve the double row tree planting as a green street promenade, and a unidirectional cycle track is planned. Next slide. Our Scarborough Centre study envisioned a tall building on the site due to the road and park requirement. The site is located inside the subway station height peak, and heights are envisioned from 30 to 44 stories, transitioning down from the highest heights of 45 to 55 stories at the subway station. Next slide. Our Scarborough Centre also envisioned certain tower separations, so a 30-meter tower separation for towers to achieve more access to sunlight and sky view than the 25-meter tower separation proposed in the tall building guidelines. The tall building guidelines also require minimum 12.5-meter separation distance to property lines on small sites to ensure separation distance between towers is equitable. The current site depth of 43 to 54 meters provides a constrained width between Bushby Drive and the property line of the proposals to the south, including 1215 McCowan Drive, to achieve both setbacks, tower floor plates, and tower separation distances to the proposals such as 1215 McCowan Drive. The pre-application proposes a 26.4-meter separation between the 3 towers and an 8-meter tower separation to the south property line shared with the 1215 McCowan Drive, requiring more than half of the tower separation distance to be accommodated by the development application to the south of 1215 McCowan Drive. Next slide. Our Scarborough Centre also provides specific direction on tower base building heights to ensure podium heights appropriately reflect the scale of the street and help mitigate wind downdraft. At 36 meters plus, right-of-ways, both McCowan Road and Ellesmere Avenue are wide streets, and a minimum 6-story podium height is recommended. The proposal illustrates a 20-story lower tower along McCowan Road, Grangeway Avenue, and the mid-block POPs that steps back to the tower floor plate, and a 2-story tower podium connecting Tower 2 and 3 and at the base of Tower 1, which extends into the mid-block space, resulting in an approximately 12-meter mid-block POP space. Scarborough Centre does experience significant wind impact issues due to the low scale of development surrounding Scarborough Centre. With the amount of towers proposed in and around the subway station, wind tunneling and wind downdraft is of concern, especially near important pedestrian connections such as along McCowan Road, Bushby Drive, and POP's mid-block connections. Tyler, I'll bring it back to you.
Yep. Thanks, Sasha. So now I'll quickly go over the site context. So as mentioned in the previous presentation, the subject site is in a context of many development applications in and around this block and other initiatives that we're seeing in the Scarborough Centre. And some of the highlights include the Scarborough Centre subway station and bus terminal directly north of 40 Bushby Drive on the north side of Bushby Drive, and the development application to the immediate south at 1215 to 1255 McCowan Road. I will now quickly cover the site context. So 40 Bushby is currently a TPA parking lot and has an area of 6,770 square meters and a frontage of approximately 134 meters along Bushby Drive. There are a number of development applications that are filed or anticipated in the vicinity of the subject site, one of which we discussed earlier at the DRP. So this is a 3D view looking south. You can see that there's an existing context of tall buildings. In the foreground, you can see 17-story office buildings at 100 and 200 Concilium Place. And immediately south of the site, there are the 20 and 26-story buildings at 68 to 88 Grangeway Avenue. And to the west, across the street, on the west side of McCowan Road, there's 61 Borough Drive, which is a 25-story building. Nearby development applications, like 1215 McCowan and 300 Borough Drive are proposing tall buildings as well. And as mentioned previously, the Scarborough RT will be decommissioned in the fourth quarter of 2023, but there are Scarborough RT tracks running across the site between the last stop, which is McCowan Station, and the TTC yard to the east. I'll now quickly share some existing views from the street level. So this is a view looking southeast from the Bushby frontage.
Tyler, you've got about a minute left. Is that enough time?
I might need a little more than that if that's okay, but I'll be quick.
Good.
So thanks. This is a view of the McCowan frontage looking east. I'll just quickly go through these. This is a view looking southwest from Bushby and Grangeway intersection. And I'll give just a very high level summary of the proposal. So there are, whoops, too fast there. Yeah, the proposal contemplates 3 towers, 50, 53, and 55 stories respectively. A pop space, as previously mentioned, adjacent to the existing Scarborough RT infrastructure, and a new north-south mid-block connection, which is supposed to, proposed to improve the connection north-south through the site. And finally, I'll cover the issues for design focus. So staff are seeking the panel's advice on the following issues: design and size of the privately owned, publicly accessible mid-block connection within the public realm network for the greater development block, design of the building, including tower separation between towers and to 1215 McCowan Road to the south, tower base building height, and tower step back in regards to the pedestrian comfort along McCowan Road, Bushby Drive, and the mid-block connection. And finally, tower design excellence. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler. Next, we have 15 minutes for the proponent presentation. So at the 14-minute mark, I'll interrupt, give you an opportunity to wrap up. You could go ahead, please.
Great. Okay, we know most of this. Hello, all. Dermot Sweeney here. A very interesting project. Next one, please. I'll try and get through this quickly. Basically, this is what the purpose of the project is. And we've been through it very carefully and developed it with Creatio and Housing Now. I think there's a tremendous opportunity here to build some great housing and to add a lot of value to this part of the city. Next, please. You can see this is within that precinct of the taller buildings. We're showing in red on the right the 3 towers that we're proposing, stepping up as we get towards the main street and towards the civic center. Okay, next one, please. Basically, the yellow line is line 3, which has been pointed out, is being decommissioned. And then, of course, the subway, if we go to the next one, you'll see the planned subway station is just next, just adjacent to the site, essentially, up on McCowan. And I'll come back to that in a minute. Basically, what we're seeing all the way around this area within what is the center is a lot of tall buildings. We're working on other sites in this area as well, up on McCowan. for Oxford, and we saw this as a tremendous opportunity to intensify a parking lot, but also make Bushby a much better street. We've been working with the project south of us as well to make for a pretty interesting service drive and passage through the site east-west, which I'll talk about. Okay, next. Our site slopes a little less than 5 meters from the upper corner of the site at the south at McCowan down to Grangeway. And we're trying to utilize that for a number of different opportunities, not the least of which is parking, to build less parking and less depth within the parking, but then also use the site to slope down and create opportunities on the site itself. We are, as I've stated, working with the proposed residential development south of us, which is on the upper right on this drawing, to create a passageway through the two sites and allow servicing and all vehicular access to occur south along a shared drive. And that would allow us to create a fully pedestrianized, animated streetscape along Bushby, which I think is really important. Next one, please. So this shows where we would do, of course, we're looking at a podium, setting it well back from Bushby, lots of opportunity for space in front of the buildings. We're looking at a mid-block, disregard the stair only that's now been designed as ramps and fully accessible. This was just an early days diagram that we prepared. So McCowan being the arterial, we're taking traffic in off an east-west connector street that would come right through and service the site. We see that as a private shared street between the two properties, but that gives access to all of the servicing, opening up the front of the building onto Bushby with a series of opportunities for animation, retail, community benefit. We don't know what's going in on the ground floor yet, so we're still working back and forward. I think there's some great opportunity for community space as well. Flex space, lots of things. This is the mid-block, and you can see dotted where we're showing the 3 tower buildings with adequate separation on top of a lower podium than the 6 stories normally requested. I think that's better for a number of reasons, which we'll talk about later. Next. So non-res, we're showing in the pink all along the face of the building. We've pulled 2 of the lobbies back to the newly to be created street or passage along the rear, the south side. You're looking south, by the way, it may be slightly confusing here, but we're putting Bushby at the front of the project. So, and then the other lobby would be on the corner of Grangeway and Bushby on the far corner. This gives us a tremendous opportunity to animate and then live in most of the street all the way across with lots of potential non-res space, and also opens up only once, but that would be for a through block connection, pedestrian connection that would carry further south through the next project as well. Next one, please. But again, I think the key to this is to keep all of the vehicular activity, servicing, garbage pickup, deliveries, all of those things off of the new street we're going to work together and create. We've looked at it in terms of phasing. Likely the best place to start would be on Grangeway and then work our way towards McCowan with phase 1 and then 2 and 3. Basically, this makes sense in terms of setting up for the parking and setting up for the site. Next, please. The sustainability, we're working on a whole series of different opportunities here. I think it's early days, but we will be looking at obviously the outside wall, enhancing performance of the outside wall. We're working with a number of new and interesting panel manufacturers, all kinds of new technology going on the outsides of building, including the potential for PV panels where we've got good sun exposure. Ground source, it's a great site for this. It's a large site and could be reasonably achieved. Heat recovery, this is a company out of Vancouver we've been doing a number of projects with called Shark. They strip waste heat off gray and black water and pump it back into the building. It's phenomenally efficient. In fact, one of the projects we've got going, they're actually heating all the domestic water based on a recirc of taking heat energy out. We're looking at carbon absorbing concrete. Obviously, part of this will be to look at, we are doing several projects right now where we're actually completely isolating the balconies from the main structure, which is, I think, huge. And we're trying to find ways to do that that are affordable. That's coming along great. Stormwater retention we've been doing for years. That's a good one. And we will be looking at tier 2, and air-to-air heat pumps are also being studied. Electric boilers, PV panels, as I've said, lots of good things coming, but it's early days. Next, please. Oh, sorry, and on the landscape, go back one, sorry. All of this will be developed as we go, and maybe Planning Partnership can speak to this a little bit at the end of their presentation. Okay. Next one. So, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, panel members. I'm Juanita George. I'm with the Planning Partnership, and I'm going to be talking about the landscape. So I'm hoping some of you, or maybe many of you on the panel, will recall the landscape concept that we previously presented for 158 Roe Drive, another Creatio project just down the street. And if you do recall, you will have noticed in the submission that we've adopted a very similar approach here. So what does that mean in terms of the approach, and how does that translate to this particular context? Well, the landscape, as we see it, the landscape and public realm really provides the setting for the activity and the everyday life of the people that will eventually live and work on this site. And as such, it's meant to provide a robust yet quiet backdrop of enclosure, shade, texture, color, and vegetation to the interactions and activities. It also means that we view the landscape as both an extension of and counterpoint to the buildings. It means that the landscape is knitting the site together and to the surrounding areas as well. We also think it's really important to look for every available opportunity to include vegetation, including planting large canopy trees on the site. And lastly, organizing and connecting different scales of space, from grander open areas to more intimate enclosed spaces, to create a natural flow in and around and through the site. And we want to make sure as well that the landscape supports a varying degree or varying degrees of engagement with these outdoor spaces. Next, please. So there are 5 main spaces that make up the public areas of the development, and they include the pedestrian promenade that was mentioned previously along Bushby Drive, a mid-block connection where the number 2 is identified, connecting Bushby to the development to the south, and ultimately and optimally to Ellesmere, and that's between towers 2 and 3. There is a pop space that's located along Bushby in front of Tower 3, and this is a space that is contiguous with the area that's under line 3 of the eventual decommissioned LRT. And then the Muse, of course, which Dermot, you referred to as the shared drive. We're hoping that it'll become, with every opportunity, a Muse along the south boundary, shown in this concept as a shared access and driveway between this development and the McCowan Commons site to the south. On the next slide, we're showing a collection of different landscape elements that have been our inspiration for the design. We see these as essential to articulating and shaping the 5 different areas of the development and the public realm. Next, please. So the promenade along Bushby meanders between about 2.5 to 6.5 meters in width, accommodating pedestrian flow as well as spill out space for the adjacent non-residential uses located in the ground floor of the 3 buildings that Dermot described. Along this promenade, planters have been placed and organized to define circulation, and very generous circulation at that. The planters are sized also to contain sufficient soil volumes. This was that important point I made about looking for every opportunity to plant canopy trees. So the soil volumes are meant to support large trees that create and add to that double alley of rows that double row of trees that eventually will be provided along Bushby. And then we're also showing that seeding is built into the planters themselves, so they're part of the planters, or they're not furniture taking up any of the space. That's part of that clearway for pedestrians, and the planters are meant to maximize that flow. We're currently showing the existing road condition within the right-of-way. However, we are aware of the future plans that for the redesign of the right-of-way, and we know that it will include a cycle path as well as the cross-section that staff earlier presented, and so that will require some coordination eventually with Metrolinx. Next, and these 3 sections are showing different scenarios for draft scenarios for the eventual cross-section for Bushby, and so I think the main difference that this is showing is really the extent of and location of the boulevards in the center median for the planted areas. Next. The pop space that was mentioned at the northeast corner of the site is an important focus for the public realm, not only for this development, but for the entire secondary plan area. And as such, we saw the opportunity to create a real flexible plaza that has, for example, space for gatherings, both formal and informal. So paved areas for pedestrian flow that kind of flows into the Bushby Drive promenade and through the site. There is a large seating area in the form of cascading terraces, which also takes advantage of the grade change from the north to the south parts of the site, and of course, trees and vegetation wherever possible. A few stats to consider when we're talking about the space: the unobstructed paved plaza area measures approximately 350 square meters, and if we include a small portion of the area under line 3, for example, this would increase to about 400 square meters. This means that the space could potentially accommodate 350 to 400 seated and 400 to 500 persons standing for gatherings and events. So in these scenarios, the stage, as we see it, could be the top of the terrace seating area, which it's approximately 2 meters above the plaza. Each of the stepped terraces consist of five tiers, and each one measures approximately 40 centimeters in height, so that's seat height. And then they all total in length about 65 meters combined, and this would accommodate about 120 persons seated comfortably side by side. On the next slide, a few images to illustrate some of the ideas that we're thinking about in terms of the extent of paving and soft vegetation, some of the character of that space that could be under that line 3 track, and then that step seating idea for viewing and enclosing that space for informal or formal gatherings and events. On the next slide, this is showing the mid-block connection. So the pop space that we just described flows into the mid-block connection between towers 2 and 3. Access to this mid-block connection, which sits at the higher elevation, can be by way of either the terrace steps or the accessible ramp, which is beside building 2. The connection's aligned with the proposed driveway on the McCowan Common site to the south, which ultimately links to Ellesmere Road. And the space measures approximately 300 square meters in size, about 14, from my drawing I measured 14, I know Sasha you measured 12, but I measured 14 by 25 is the dimension for the space, and this is measured from the top of the terrace, the very highest terrace to the south face of the buildings. At its narrowest point where we've shown this design, it measures about 7 meters of clear space for circulation.
Ying,
like-
you've got about a minute left.
Oh, okay. For the entire presentation or
Just for the entire presentation, yeah, the 15 minutes, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we'd like to see the space designed as an intimate courtyard, which is a combination of hard and soft elements. At the same time, we've introduced the planters to soften that on the mid-block. And then if we go to the connecting, sorry, you can go to the, yeah. So when we go to the Muse, you know, we see the potential connection to this Muse as a shared driveway. On the top diagram, we've shown our ideal condition where we're sharing that space. And with that, the actual paved portion of the driveway straddles between the two property lines. The pavement is extended all the way across this area. There's a subtle delineation of the vehicular and pedestrian areas. And then there's planters on the development site that can be extended to wrap around the buildings and provide more opportunity for plantings and trees. So under this scenario, of course, we would like to coordinate any designs that we're thinking of with our neighbors to achieve the best possible outcome for the public realm. On that note, Dermot, I'll pass the mic back to you if you want to wrap up.
How much time do you think you need, Dermot? Do you need a couple of minutes?
Just a couple, very quickly. A couple of other of the features, and I think just going back to look at some of the questions to all of you. The idea here on the podium or the base building is to reduce it down to what is logical, reasonable in terms of maximizing the space of the outdoor public space. We want to pull it back to the building. And I think there's a great opportunity here. So without extending a typical 3-meter podium out front to try and maximize the use of the ground plane for the public realm and the connections and landscaping, I think that's important. It also means that we don't have the extra depth that's often very difficult to deal with from a housing point of view. So that's why we've cut it back and generally minimized it, both in terms of its height, but also in terms of its size. The other thing I would say is that we're consolidating all of the loading in the first phase, which I think is very, very important. And then we will service the balance of the site below grade, connecting all of the 3 towers. So the first phase will have the loading within it, and all loading and cars coming off that Muse or the shared driveway. Generally, we think the heights are reasonable given what has been planned or has been approved recently. We think it's a very good use of the site in terms of maximizing the opportunity for housing and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, we have opportunity for questions of clarification. So we have about 5 minutes. If you could, let me see if I can get, see your virtual hands. I see one virtual hand right now. Let me see if I can see more. Go to the list of participants. So I see Joe, Heather, Anna, and Olivia. And Heather. All right, well, let's start with you, Joe. Joe?
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Apologies.
Okay.
Thank you. I have 3 related questions for the Create TO team, I think. One, I'd just like to confirm that the density proposed is about 18 times coverage. That's an FSI of 18 times. That's the math that I get off your stat sheet, but if you could verify that. And then 2 questions. Why the team is assuming that an 8-meter tower setback to a side property line is adequate given the very clear city policy for 12.5, and why the 25-meter separation distance is now a declared principle in this Create TO proposal, even though the evolving city policy for Scarborough Center is a number greater than that. Appreciate hearing from the Create TO team on those 3 things. Thank you.
Through the chair, good evening or good afternoon, Nimek here from Create TO. So On the question of FSI, I'll let the team from Sweeney & Co. speak to that particular comment. On the topic of tower separation distances, so the principle of maintaining adequate tower separation is obviously a priority for the city as well as for Creatio. And as was mentioned previously, we are working with our partners, or our neighbors rather, to the south of us at on the Crombie Reed lands. And right now there's 8 meters of tower separation distance shown, a minimum of 8 meters shown from the lower portion of our towers to the property line. However, we are providing for a minimum of, I think, more than 25 meters to the current proposed tower on the Crombie Reed lands. We will continue to work with Crombie Reed to ensure that as a principle, adequate tower separation is provided. So even though the full 12.5 meters is not shown currently, as a principle, we will work with our neighbors to achieve that minimum.
And Nima, if I might, why 25 versus the 30 in city policy?
So this has been a topic of discussion, and obviously 30 meters is not a policy. It's a current draft consideration as part of the secondary plan update. With the delivery of and the prioritization of delivery of affordable housing, we're looking to balance both public interests as it relates to the interest of tower separation as well as the actual delivery of much needed housing, particularly adjacent to a planned transit station of this nature.
Thank you, Nima. Thank you,
If you
Joe.
could just confirm the density. Somebody could confirm the density at 18 times coverage, please.
Sure. Hi, can you?
Yes, that is the current proposal right now. It is 18 times.
But that's just current total floor area, similar to GCA. So we haven't fully calculated the GFA as gross floor area. That's calculated through the zoning bylaw. That'll be coming through the zoning application, and that would probably be lower than the 18 times currently shown.
Thank you. Heather, next, please.
Okay, thank you. A few quick questions. I'm just wondering if the tower plate size is 750 or smaller in each case. And then I heard, I'm sorry if I missed this, I heard that the line 3 is eventually going to be decommissioned. I'm just wondering what the timeline is for that. And then related to that, how close the line is to that tower. And if the team feels any mitigation should be undertaken with respect to noise and vibration, again, depending on how long the line 3 is up for.
Okay, so 3 questions there. First, on the tower floor plate, just confirming the tower floor plate sizes.
The tower floor plates are 750 at the top, and down below in the lowest portion is at 800. But that's at the largest tower, so it ranges between 800 and 750.
And then the timing of the line 3 decommissioning, I heard it was in Q4 of 2023. Is that correct, City of Toronto?
Yes. Yes.
And then
Okay,
how close?
so before this project gets going, then.
Yes,
So then I don't need to ask my other question, Michael. So it's okay.
Okay. All right.
One follow-up question. Sorry. The various levels of amenity, sort of mid-level layers of amenity. I'm just wondering if you could let us know the different uses intended there.
It's fairly early in the process. However, the shared amenities on the first main level would include outdoor dining, would include a lot of different fairly typical outdoor amenities. But we haven't really worked through much detail on that, and there's much work to be done. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, Anna.
Hi. So I have 2 questions just to follow along with the question about amenity. I'm wondering about its adjacency to outdoor space. And then I'm also wondering what imagined non-res use is at the base. Is it retail? Is it community? What are you thinking?
We're keeping the door wide open and obviously exploring some different types of uses of the ground floor. I think there's a great opportunity for some community-based uses and other uses. Obviously, I think there would be, once the street is developed, I think the retail would be there would be interest in that. But first, we want to keep the door open and try and figure out best things for the community at grade on the street. And your other question, I'm so sorry, the amenity you said?
Is there adjacent outdoor space to the building amenities?
Yeah, well, there's a park actually planned for the end of the street. So, and there will be adjacent outdoor amenity on the roofs of the podium with access to indoor amenity immediately adjacent. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And last I had Olivia, but you've put your hand down. Is that right?
My question was answered. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, thank you. So panel members, we have an opportunity for commentary now. We have about 25 minutes for commentary. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us. So it's like usual, it's about 3.5 minutes a person. I'm going to go in the same order that I used for the roll call, if that's okay. So we can, just a reminder to reflect on the questions asked of us by the city planning. And so I'll go in the order of Heather, Jim, Olivia, Joe, Anna, Juhi, and Meg. Beginning with you, Heather.
Very much for the presentation. It's great to hear that you're actively working with the neighbors to kind of ease some of those adjacency issues and the very challenging grade issues that you have on the site. It's also, I agree that this is actually a tall building site as well. So that is good. I think with respect, a couple of comments with respect to the drawings. It would have been great to continue the legend of proposed versus approved through the drawings, especially the kind of elevations, because I think what would be made more clear is that this project is really a kind of pioneering project in this area, both with respect to the height and also the density. So I think just a quick comment that would have been quite useful. I think that this project really, the success of the project depends on the muse element, actually, both the nature and the function of that. Dermot, as you said, bringing some of those uses to the muse side really does free up the other side of the building and gives it a fighting chance to really be a contributor to the public realm. So usually when we speak about a muse, often it's a pedestrian muse, but in this case, there are actually lots of vehicles in this area, both loading and servicing for all of the towers, but also drop off to 2 of the lobbies. We know that Uber and deliveries will happen here. So it's going to be quite challenging, I think, to navigate all of those particular uses. And to repeat myself, I'm glad you're talking to the neighbor. I wonder how much of the muse success actually depends on getting that other half or the extension from the neighbor to actually widen it to the point that makes it quite successful. I will say that the mid-block green connection off of the muse really helps and aids in this idea of porosity for the whole site. I will, just caution that some of the exterior amenity at these subtle shifts in the towers looks quite narrow, and just encourage you to keep studying that when you're looking at the proposed uses. With respect to the tower plate size, I do think that the 800 square meters at the base feels excessive, and I do think that there could be a few additional areas to study this. massing proposal with respect to meeting the tall building guidelines a bit more closely. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. From a transportation perspective, there's not a huge amount to say. I do agree with Heather in terms of the Muse element being critical, in terms of the complexity and number of different users of the Muse that are going to be there. So I think the pedestrian element needs to be very, very strong and ensure pedestrian safety and security as people are walking along that face of the building, given the number of driveway and building accesses that are going to be there for vehicles. Also, given that the SRT is eventually going to come down, fingers crossed, I think the landscape plan really needs to think about, are there differences? You know, what is that going to look like without the SRT there? So as you go forward, I would just encourage you to think about that, and maybe that also affects just kind of the building design as well. And lastly, just a note more for city staff. I noticed at the corner of McCowan and Bushby, the corner radius on the southeast corner seems quite large, unlike the radius on the other corners of the intersection. So hopefully, at some point through this project, there's the opportunity to jointly reduce that and make it so that vehicles slow down making that turn and increase the pedestrian safety there. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Olivia, next.
Thank you for your presentation. From a sustainability standpoint, I just want to really commend you for taking this above and beyond, and it's really encouraging to see Housing Now projects starting to demonstrate exemplary performance and to hear about all of the research that you guys are doing early on. And also, I just wanted to mention, I really enjoy the sort of experience that you're creating along Bushby Drive. I think it's really thoughtfully designed, and I think it's going to be a really great street and great experience. I want to touch on the sort of density and tower separations. I think 25 millimeters is sort of a minimum, but the tall building guideline does ask for more when we're increasing in height, and these are, I would say these are tall buildings. So I'm wondering if you can take a look at that and maybe study the daylighting and the views. I mean, today we have the tools to just jump right into the building at this stage that you've created and understand what the experience is. So let's use that and do some daylight analysis as well. I quite enjoy the sort of angling forms, that language that you're starting to take, and I wonder if that can be used to enhance some of these things. In terms of the public realm, I think that you showed Underpass Park, and I think this is a really great precedent for this area. Underpass Park has some large areas for child-friendly play structures. It has a skateboard park. It has, I believe it has a basketball court. I think this kind of active programming is sort of needed in addition to the more passive spaces that you're showing. And I think that will sort of help to tell us whether or not there is enough park space. And this is sort of a conversation between the two different sites that we've already seen this afternoon. And then finally, just some sort of final comments on sustainability. I think determining the non-residential use at the ground level is going to have a bit of an impact on your energy profile. So I think whoever has the power to sort of drive that decision early on would be helpful. And then going back to the daylight analysis, when we've driven down the energy consumption, daylight becomes a big aspect. And so I think in terms of impacting your energy usage, so I think doing that analysis will be helpful in this regard as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Next, Joe, Anna, Juhi, and Meg. So Joe.
I'm happy to go next, Michael. I just wanted to make sure Paul isn't, I noticed Paul's name is there, that maybe he's not
Paul.
available. I could
Paul,
be wrong.
No, that's fine. Let's check in with Paul. Paul, can you indicate if you were able to attend the presentation? We didn't hear you through the roll call.
No, I am joining early for the third agenda item.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. We'll continue. Joe.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone. I am not such a fan of what's before us. It causes me to think about what people are imagining the future of Scarborough Centre to become, and whether people are imagining Scarborough Centre is effectively going to be just a whole bunch of really tall towers with barely any podiums, horrendous street conditions, wind tunnels everywhere, very little street presence, and vastly, vastly underscaled public realm. Most of it in pop form, not truly public. This is not a picture that looks encouraging to me, candidly. And we've spoken about the site to the south earlier, and this expectation that it will handle the burden of public open space, and that somehow 40 Bushby just needs to provide this really narrow mid-block connection. Vastly underscaled. We've heard discussion about maybe 100 people could gather on some steps in a community that's going to have 5,000 people moving north-south at subway time, at transit time. You know, we're going to have a huge amount of people moving through, we assume, given the transit conditions, you know, with large planters everywhere, they're going to really impede pedestrian movement. So I'm feeling a disconnect, candidly, between what I understood to be the vision for Scarborough Centre, which is, yes, a dense place with enhanced transit, but where we would bring urban amenity to Scarborough Centre. We would create great street life. We would have podium buildings. There is one tower too many, for sure, in my view, on this site being proposed. The density is too great in relation to the number of people here and the way the ground plane is being handled. You know, respectfully, as I think Olivia just reminded us, city policy is not 25-meter separation distance. This is not some kind of now minimum that everybody can just get to 25 and jam as many towers in as you can. That's what this is feeling like to me. And so I would strongly encourage this team to reimagine and reconsider the fundamental form of this. That north-south connection needs to be considerably wider, like considerably wider than it is now, and then connect to something that's considerably bigger on the site to the south, so that there's a very strong kind of public realm moving north-south, not this kind of, you know, minimum, really crowded in the future place. That's what it's feeling like to me. The architectural character, I'm also concerned about. I'm very nervous about this amount of density and also I think an emerging image of Scarborough Centre with tons of towers and many of them kind of identical to one another, like groups of 3 or 4 with the same architecture. And, you know, it's economical, I get that, but I'm not a fan of this kind of monoculture that seems to be emerging in the visualizations that I'm seeing here. It doesn't feel good to me. So I would encourage the city staff team to really, and the CreateTO team to really think about a diversity in architecture as the project evolves in different phases and not the kind of monoculture that's expressed at the moment. I'm not so convinced that Bushby Avenue is going to be the great street that I think a couple of people have suggested. And I'm missing in both submissions today an acknowledgement of the effort the city's put into the evolution of streetscape in Scarborough Center. It's not showing up on these applications. The integration, the kind of look at the larger plan, I haven't seen one plan that puts it all together and shows the kind of intensity of tree life that city staff would really like to see at Scarborough Center, and how that then relates to the public realm. I'm missing that from these presentations. I think some substantial reconsideration is necessary. And I appreciate the need to get a lot of housing. I get it. But we need to deliver really great quality places, and not this kind of chock-a-block. Somehow that's what's coming across to me respectfully. So I think some further examination is necessary here. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Anna.
Thanks. I think just to pick up from where Joe kind of ended there, I think we all 100% support, building affordable housing and the importance that has in our city right now. So I think that that's something that we're all fundamentally behind. And to me, on this site in particular, it's as it relates to housing, it's a quantity versus quality question. I think we're all behind supplying the housing, and we are all behind wanting good quality housing. And at some point, that balance tips. So I wonder as well if this is a 3-tower site, but I think a lot of that depends on the economics of this project and how you're able to build it and fundamentally produce reasonable, affordable housing. So my question is actually not architectural, but it is around kind of how much do we need to do here to make it feasible? Because I would imagine that we could probably do more with less in this instance. And so just a little bit about the urban realm and the ground floor plane. Again, those kind of non-residential uses are very important in an area like this, in a site like this, I think. And to me, the way that the ground floor plane reads right now, they look like leftover spaces. There's one really kind of quite thin one that I'm not really sure what that would work for. So I wonder if there's an opportunity to raise some of those non-res uses up into the podium. I appreciate it's a very strangely proportioned site. It's very long and narrow, which makes it very challenging, I think. But that's an opportunity, I think, to have more kind of podium levels and to provide some of those non-res or amenity uses on those bigger podium plates. I also do think that there is, yes, the public urban space is very important. Equally important is the private amenity space in a building of this scale. So I think the private amenity space just needs a little bit more consideration. I think there was a comment earlier about the scale of the outdoor spaces that are adjacent to the indoor amenity spaces, and I think that needs some consideration in terms of the support that those spaces provide to the residents of the building. And I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. It'll be Juhi and then Meg. Juhi.
Thank you. I found everybody comment really interesting because I found myself really torn on this project. If this wasn't affordable housing, would I have supported such density? And again, I think it really goes back to that struggle on the quantity that we need to provide for affordable housing, but how do we do that while maintaining the quality, as Anna has said? I don't know if it's as harsh as going like we don't need the 3rd tower at all, but I think it is like maybe I think you're going in the right direction, but maybe looking at the elements you have a bit step further. So for example, I understand the program has not been determined, but I'm not sure if a 2-story podium is sufficient to balance out a 55-story tower, both visually, but also in terms of, for example, mitigating the downwind effect. So per the city's presentation at the beginning, the tall buildings with a low-rise podium shown to better behavior on pedestrian level wind. So that will actually create a better condition for the ground level, but currently I'm not sure how the wind will now hit the amenities and the outdoor spaces you are planning on the roof of the podium. So does that mean that the super tall tower needs another setback to create habitable or great conditions there as well? So maybe if you're carving that out and studying that a bit further, that might create a better separation. Again, maybe looking at the tower and the massing of that, just to make sure that all the levels you're creating have a great space that can sort of, again, support the quality of life for the residents and those users. I think, as Olivia said, the sustainability consideration for the projects are promising and well thought out. I agree that early planning of these technologies are critical so that they are not value engineered at a later stage. I really appreciate the higher TGS target this project is aiming for. And I think it's really important that Creatio continues to set an example in its development to other private development, especially in sustainability. I think this was one of the strongest targets we have seen from Creatio. So I really would like to support that you continue to look at these seriously in terms of sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Juhi. Finally, Meg.
Thank you. Like Juhi, just taking off from where she left off there, very excited by what the team is bringing to the project in terms of sustainability initiatives. That's just wonderful. So I want to emphasize or want to underline that particular point. Dermot, you spoke about the purpose here. One of the points in the purpose slide was to create an animated engaging public realm. And I think, other panel members have already spoken to this. And so my comments really perhaps only serve to underline some of those previously made comments. That public realm is an incredibly important place, I think, for any project to start, and you've acknowledged its importance here. And like others, I believe that the project is perhaps at some level at odds or out of balance with the very critical need to provide additional housing, but it must, as others have pointed out, be one that's balanced with quality of life and quality of space. And that's not just at the public realm level, but that's also at the upper levels and where your apartment is and what you're looking out on. I too am alarmed by the alacrity with which the Scarborough is being developed and the lack of what seems to be a kind of being able to keep up with the developments being proposed and the development of a public realm that we would want, all of us would want to live in and be proud of, many years into the future. We're building, in effect, a city here. It's a very it's a very dense city that is happening quite quickly, and we must slow down enough to realize that there's a public realm problem here and and potentially a quality of life problem here. So notwithstanding the urgent need for housing, there does feel to me as well like there's a lot of building on site given the amount of grade level outdoor open space and amenity. But like Joe, I think that the amount of public space is vastly underscaled. And I think it's entirely possible that the solution to that is to remove a tower. On the other, and without knowing enough about the economics of this particular site, it's not the financial economics I'm concerned about. It's the social economics and the social sustainability of a place that ultimately will house many, many, thousands of people. The 25-meter tower separation, therefore, to me is insufficient. I'm not even sure a 30-meter separation up here is sufficient given the size of the site. A note that this is out of sequence, but a context plan would have been really useful. I struggled to understand the alignments that were being proposed here. I do understand, though, of course, that these are under development, but the alignments with the site to the south weren't, I just don't think were illustrated sufficiently. On the landscape, I do I appreciate the landscape design direction that you've taken. I think it's got character. I think it's got oomph, for lack of, that's not a word, but I think it's got strength to it. But I do think there needs to be a lot more open space, and so what you've set out could work with that. I do think it could be more layered in plan, however, which is to say there's inside the building and there's outside the building, and there isn't a whole lot of layering of space in between. Another panel member mentioned that more active programming is needed, and I don't think that given the amount of open space you've got right now that that's entirely possible, but I do think it is needed. I don't understand so much the ins and outs, like the podium with the little small open amenity spaces on the roofs of that. I just don't think that that is particularly successful, and that needs to be re-examined. And then to the muse. Dermot, you noted that this is an incredibly important piece of the puzzle here, and I couldn't agree with you more. It's a linchpin piece to figuring out not just what's going on, or to successfully establish what's happening not only on the property itself, but the property to the south and the connectivity through that. So it's a very, very talented team here that you've got. But I want to underline that Dermot's already said it, but the connection to the south and the development at the south is a critical piece. And so that you mentioned you're working with the group to the south to make that alignment and to make that connection really fulsome, and that must happen. And I think that's it for me. Yes, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. We'll just take a couple of minutes and just reiterate some highlights. That this is an extraordinary site, and there's strong support for the sustainability goals, for the Housing Now initiative, and for the way in which this site and a proposal on this site could be an integral part of delivering that to Scarborough. And so and it's a challenging site. It's a challenging site, and it needs collaboration with its neighbor. Just as Meg was mentioning, the success of the site depends heavily on the success of that conversation and the success of the muse. So it seems, by having seen the previous project, that is still a work in progress, but it does also seem like it's got a ways to go. The idea that the floor plates on this already dense site could drift from 750 to 800. Many panel members understood that to be a concern in the context of reduced separation distances. Maybe they should be going the other way so that there's more light between the towers, and that the 800 or so square meter floor plates are not actually the right direction. At a granular level, being mindful of the fact that as pedestrians will be moving on this site, the wider turning radius make it a less safe place for pedestrians to cross, because vehicles are moving at a higher speed. So be mindful of that as we develop the streetscape. And then on the subject of the streetscape, that's an extraordinary series of beautiful street cross sections that have been developed. And what I think as the panel, and I'm sure all of us would love to see, is how the fulfillment of those streetscapes looks on these sites. And I don't think we've seen that yet on a site plan. I mean, they're extraordinary. They do make a habitable and very promising pedestrian environment. We'd like those to be part of the fundamental description of the public realm. Interesting comments from Olivia, pointing out that the gestures, even at this early stage, proposed to the towers could be part of a story that helps resolve the separation distance, the views that occur between towers. Why not look at that as a design opportunity, as one potential way of managing the density of towers on this site? And a really interesting observation that when the open space is contemplated as active, not just passive park space, it's a really good way to understand whether the amount of open space, POPs, park, sorry, not park on this particular site, but POP space and open space is adequate, active open space. And many comments about the podia. We know that there are architectural ideas that can be pursued, which don't incorporate podia. But we also know that the wind studies demonstrate time and again that without the podia, the environment, the pedestrian environment at grade is harmed. So we strongly recommend, based on comments from the panel members, to look again at the inclusion of that wind mitigation measure at the right height for this neighborhood. It is a very windy area. There were strong comments about recognizing the population, its flow from the developments immediately to the south, but also developments not yet drawn, and how they will all be moving through the nearby sites and this site, and recognizing what scale of public realm is required for those pedestrian movements. And there were some concerns about the monoculture of tall towers as portrayed by the future context drawings and this particular project, looking for diversity, and can that be explored as well? Talked about the streetscape. Many have mentioned that in this context may not be a 3-tower site, and then but to be reminded to look at the elements to see how to better fulfill whatever its potential is, and ensuring that when you have taller towers, greater separations, you may also need bigger podia. None of those things are yet part of this investigation. So there's a concern about public realm that needs to be investigated more, and there's concern about the Mews and the pedestrian safety on the Mews, and understanding that it's early days, but still needs to be investigated more. So with that, we can pause, and I believe we have an opportunity in support of the Housing Now initiative and all of its successes, but we also have an opportunity to provide a vote for this particular project. Leanne, could you put up the vote, please?
The vote is intended to provide emphasis and clarity to the discussion and an indication of how well the project advances the panel's mandate of promoting design excellence. Voting options are as follows. Support means that the project meets the relevant design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should continue in the proposed direction and include refinements that were recommended during the review. This option can be made with key conditions if so desired. Non-support means that the project does not meet the fundamental design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should be substantially redesigned to address the issues identified during the discussion.
Thank you, Leanne. Panel members, I'm going to ask you to declare your vote. But first, before I do that, I'll wait as we, from time to time, have suggestions for conditions of votes of support. So I'll look for a hand, an electronic hand on the list of attendees, panel members. Any votes, any suggestions for key conditions of vote for support? I'll give it a few seconds. I'm not seeing that, so we will proceed with the vote. I'm going to go in the same sequence as the comments. So beginning with you, Heather.
Non-support.
Next, Jim.
Non-support.
Olivia.
Non-support.
Joe.
Non-support.
Anna.
Non-support.
Juhi.
Non-support.
Meg.
Non-support.
Thank you, panel members. There's an extraordinary opportunity here, a great program, an incredibly talented team. We look forward to seeing this again. Panel members, we will end this session. The second session will begin the third session at 15 minutes past 4. Thanks very much for your attendance, everyone. We'll pause and return in 12 minutes. 11 minutes.
What? Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Michael, I can hear you.
Okay. Had a bit of a technical glitch there, but I've recovered. I'm ready to go. Let me just get our introduction up and ready. Welcome, everyone, to today's third session, agenda item 3 for the City of Toronto Design Review Panel for Thursday, March 9th, 2023. This agenda item is 595 Bay Street. And so welcome and thank you for participating. This is a rezoning application and the first review of 595 Bay Street. We have 1 hour and 10 minutes scheduled for the review, and there will be a vote taken at the end. It's a formal review session. Staff have been given 6 minutes for their presentation. This will be followed by a 15-minute presentation from the consultant. Discussion will follow these presentations. This session is being live streamed on YouTube. It's also being recorded. The recording will be available from the City of Toronto, the City Planning YouTube site channel. Let me repeat that, the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. At this point, we're going to do a roll call. And if you could let me know if your technology is working, mine wasn't, it is now. And if you have a conflict of interest. So beginning with you, Heather.
Here and no conflict.
Jim.
Present, no conflict.
Olivia.
Here, no conflict.
Joe.
Here, no conflict.
Anna.
Present, no conflict.
Juhi. Juhi has a conflict. Meg. Meg, are you there? Paul.
Present, no conflict.
So we have 2, 3, 6. We have 6. We're good. We have quorum. At this point, we are to provide some reminders for panel members to not forget staff questions. To presenters, I'll interrupt you and give you a 1-minute warning. To panelists, remember commentary of concern and appreciation. And finally, we can begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you. I will share my screen now.
Thanks very much to the panel. My name is Catherine Bailey. I'm a community planner with the City of Toronto, and I'm joined by my colleague Ran Chan, who's a senior urban designer with the City of Toronto, and we'll kick off today's presentation. So Ran, you can just advance as we go here. So to give an overview quickly of the proposal, this is located northwest of the intersection of Yonge and Dundas. We'll get into the context a little more later, but the proposal is for a 34-story residential tower containing 317 dwelling units with 2 stories of retail at the base. And the FSI for the property overall with this tower would come to just over 10. Next slide, please. And we'll run just very quickly through the policy context. So, of course, this site is located within the downtown and central waterfront area in the Toronto official plan. On the next slide, it shows that within the OP map for land use, we're located in the mixed use areas designation. It's a large mixed use areas designation in the downtown with some institutional uses like TMU to the east and the hospital precinct to the west. This map is the downtown plan mixed use areas map that breaks down the mixed use areas into 4 subcategories. A little hard to see on here, but the site, the majority of the site is designated mixed use areas 1. Along Yonge Street, the designation is actually mixed use areas 2. And these are both areas where intensification and growth are expected, often in the form of tall buildings that respond to their context and have a height and scale and massing that respond to the specific site characteristics in each case. These, of course, as the name suggests, also are intended to accommodate a mix of land uses. Next slide, please. We wanted to also flag that the frontage on Yonge Street is within the environmental assessment area for the Young Tomorrow project. And we understand that this was presented to DRP in November 2021. The current status is that detailed design is starting this year. And for context, as it relates to this site, the design concept that was approved by council shows a 4-meter pedestrian clearway in the right-of-way along Yonge Street with a 2.7-meter furnishing or tree zone and 2 travel lanes down from the existing 4. Next slide, Rand.
Yes, and I will go over some of the context character of the site. So as Catherine has mentioned, the proposal is on the eastern portion of the Asian Bay Commercial Center at the corner of Yonge and Eder Street and kitty corner to Dundas Square. It consists of a residential tower that will be located on this area where the red dashed line is. The rest of the commercial block is not part of the proposal, and the intention of the proposal is to create more mixed uses on this block. The site abuts a billboard structure to the south, as you see here on this view that is looking south on Yonge Street. The billboard is double-sided, and there's a designated heritage building to further south. This is a view that looks north from Dundas Square, and I think this also provides a good sense of the amount of pedestrian activity that you see in this intersection. Currently, many retail uses frame Yonge Street at the ground floor, and existing sidewalks have substandard widths of around 4 meters compared with the recommended widths for high-density developments. On Eder Street, the current character is more of a servicing or back of house on the southern portion of it, but on the northern frontage, there are more active uses due to recent developments. The siting of this proposal more or less aligned with existing buildings to the south on Yonge Street, resulting in a 4.4 meter sidewalk width. And on Eder Street, the sidewalk varies from 3.5 meters to 6.2 meters. In terms of uses at grade, the proposal continues to have retail uses framing Yonge Street, while servicing frontage on Eder Street, it's expanded to accommodate the new residential loading. But I made a mistake here. There's also a small retail unit proposed between the 2 loading spaces. With this, we put forward these design questions to the panel. Does the proposal's massing a design fit within the context and respond to its prominent corner location? Do the design of the ground floor, the proposed uses, and the sidewalk widths contribute to the vibrancy of adjacent streets and public realm and address the anticipated pedestrian activity in the area? And does the proposal and its design respond to the existing and retained buildings on the site, including the architectural integration with the billboard that is abutting to the south? I'll turn it now to the development team to go over the details of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ran. You're right on schedule. Didn't need a prompt. So if the development team could post,
Certainly.
share their proposal.
I'll share my screen.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Set. Well, thank you, everybody. My name is Greg Adams. I'm an architect with Hariri Pontarini Architects, and I'm joined with my fellow architect and colleague, Nazia Aftab. And we are also joined by Tom Giancos from Kingset Capital, representing the client owner / developer on this project, who will speak to the first 10 slides. Tom?
Hi, everyone. I've attended a lot of DRPs. I've never once in my life made a presentation to the DRP. I'm going to be very brief because I think it's worthwhile to have some context onto this site in our experience and history on this site. So we purchased Atrium on Bay about 4 or 5 years ago, and since we purchased it, we've gone through a pandemic, and we've had a lot of challenges on this site. Specifically after the pandemic, and actually during and after the pandemic, in this transition to a work from home or a modified work schedule, we have vacancy rates where we're going to have about 30% of the building, of the office building, that's going to come vacant over the next few years. CIBC is a large anchor tenant. They're moving to a new building in the financial district. So that's about 280,000 square feet alone that we're going to have vacant. So what we've looked at, what we're trying to do, is breathe some life or new life into the Atrium on Bay complex in a way that is respectful of the existing office and commercial uses, and will add another use to that property. So that's the nature and the idea behind what we're doing. And we thought this would this can happen in the northeast corner of the site with minimal impact to the functioning of the existing office and retail. So this isn't a redevelopment of the entire Atrium on Bay lands. This is just a redevelopment of that one parcel. There is existing leases in place, etc., that really don't allow us to touch a lot of the block. So if you can just please look at it through that lens, it'd be greatly appreciated. Next slide, please. Just our usual consulting team. And again, what we've looked at is how can we add life into this complex through introducing residential that's fully integrated. And the idea was we've negotiated a deal with the current owner of that sign that would allow us to block the north-facing views of that sign. And we'd be demolishing that terrace portion of the office building. Next slide, please. This just illustrates what we have existing today. Next slide. When we purchased the site, the previous owner, which is Primaris or H&R, they have an approval in place that was done, I think, in 2013, 2014, that would allow them to overbuild on both the existing office towers. We've decided not to pursue that proposal. Pursuing that proposal would essentially have the office tenants running for the doors. So we've decided to kind of put that on hold and just focus again on introducing a new use to the site. Next slide, please. This just illustrates what we have in place today, and outlined in red is what City Council approved in terms of an office and commercial overbuild onto the existing building, again, that we are no longer pursuing. And on the left hand along Yonge Street, that terraced portion of the building, what we'll be doing is demolishing that portion, again, adding a residential tower, fully integrated into the complex via the existing pathways, fully integrated into the connection to south to the TTC station. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to leave it or give it off to our consulting team. And again, I thought it'd be fair to have a bit of background and context on what we're dealing with. And this would likely be maybe stage one in a multi-year reinvestment and revitalization of the Atrium on Bay complex. But again, we are just trying to kind of bring a bit of life in a respectful manner back into this development. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much, Tom. Thanks for that introduction and setup about the greater context of the project itself. Here's the current proposal. Would be to build a tower or residential tower on the far east side of the property and leave the original building pretty much as is, and not do the overbuild that was approved in the 2013 proposal. The site itself is an interesting location. You can't get more downtown than Dundas and Yonge Street. So the question really comes about why residential? Is it suitable for this location? And over the years, Edward Street has undergone numerous changes in terms of some recent developments that have popped up along the north side of Edward Street. From left to right, there is the 481 University, which is at University and Edward, which is the adaptive reuse of that existing historic facade and that residential tower. 150 Elizabeth Street, that was recently constructed. 633 Bay Street, which is an older style apartment building. And then 20 Edward Street, which is also known as the Panda development, which sits on the world's largest bookstore, former grounds. And then finally at 335 Yonge Street, that's at the southeast corner of Gould and Yonge Street. So there's been a number of residential developments that have developed over the last few years. And of course, getting back to the location at Dundas and Yonge Street, there are numerous. It's located within 5 major TTC transit stations, as well as the Dundas Street streetcar and the Yonge Street and the Bay Street bus, as well as the Bay Station bus terminal for your Greyhounds. So it is well situated for public access to public transit. And of course, the main driver or the main attractant would be the Eaton Center, located to the immediate south of the property, as well as their numerous is closely located to Sick Kids and has a number of retail shops up and down Yonge Street. And of course, it is within a stone's throw of the ever-expanding campus of TMU, formerly Ryerson University. So that is, it serves within that catchment area for that servicing the university. Also within the nearby developments, there have been numerous up and down the Yonge Street corridor, numerous tall residential towers that have popped up over the last little while. So the site itself, it's an interesting site, and as Tom alluded to, it was originally constructed in 1981 by Page and Seal Architects, and it is a sort of mid-rise block of 3 essential blocks. There's the main 14-story block, which is considered Block A. There's a lower middle portion, which is 9 stories, which is called Block B, and 15 stories, which is called Block C. And then at the subject site in the top right-hand corner is an 8-story cascading terraced building, which is of unusual nature. Sorry, I'm just going to back up one. As it's sort of an auxiliary wing to the building. And I'll get to it in the next slide, and we'll show the unusual geometries of it and how it's sort of a difficult portion of the building to rent. So the site itself has a number of sort of restrictions or zoning requirements that we have to review. And of course, that's the flight path from Sick Kids Hospital. And you see here's an enlargement. The flight path clips about half of the site. So that is one thing that be mindful of the development to stay under the flight path development. There's also a number of view corridors for the preservation of the views from City Hall. Here's the view corridor from Yonge Street looking towards New City Hall to ensure that, and you see in the top right-hand corner, the subject site just escapes out of the funnel of the view corridor. As well, here's the other view corridor, so that is not an issue for this view corridor. Here's the view corridor from Bay Street, looking up at Old City Hall towards the clock tower. And again, it escapes, the subject site escapes the view corridor for that. And here's the fourth corridor, which is not an issue on this one. So the general gist of the project would be to take, as I alluded to, the 8-story terrace portion of the building right here and demolish that because it's sort of a strange wing for each floor plate. If you imagine that here on the 8th floor, this is actually attached to the remainder of the 8th floor, but for a large tenant such as CIBC, it's sort of an unusual arrangement to arrange your furniture in this very small slip of part of the office. So it becomes an ever difficult portion to rent. And it doesn't lend itself to larger companies and the workstation layout. So the idea would be to take that down, take it all the way down to the foundations in terms of demolition. Rebuild the blue portion here is rebuild the facade of the existing atrium on Bay, that east facade, and then slowly build up the new podium, 3-story new podium complex, and then build the residential tower, which is 34 stories over on top. The primary, with the tall tower, one of the key focuses would be, of course, the shadow it casts. And you see here in the green is the quad from the TMU campus over at Kerr Hall. And fortunately, none of the shadows compromise that green space over at the Ryerson or the TMU campus. Go here. Here are the the general dimensions of the setback. I have a further slide on this one, so I'll go into that a bit more about the setbacks. But what we want to show here is the floor plan of the existing floor plan of the atrium on Bay. And if you've been in there, it's sort of a very large shopping mall and has a numerous ways of getting into the building from Bay Street, from Dundas Street and Edward Street. However, on Yonge Street, there's a very low-key entrance that comes off of these doors here at the top right-hand corner. And it's an unusual entrance because what happens with these stores that face out onto Edward Street and Yonge Street, this corridor becomes actually opaque and currently serves as the back of house for those retail shops. So with the repurposing of the site, what we can achieve is a reconfiguration of the interior mall and realign the entrance so that it's properly on the east-west axis, and also then switch around the retail units that used to have only frontage on Yonge Street, turn that so that they can now get frontage or a presence within the mall itself. And that is also picked up by additional retail units shown here in the yellow. And of course, the entrance of the proposed residential tower would be brought onto Edward Street as a deliberate move to segregate it away from the retail corridor of Yonge Street. And on the fourth floor, there would be a large walkout terrace for the residents of the tower complex itself. Currently, it would be populated with a large landscape area of amenities such as barbecues and social gathering. Here's a large enlargement of the reconfigured ground floor plan, and I'd like you to just focus a bit on the purple aspect. The new loading for the Type G has been internalized to allow for a 3-point turn for a garbage truck, so that there isn't any reversing onto Edward Street. And we did previously look at studies. The atrium on Bay itself, over here on the left-hand side, does have its own current loading bay space. We have done numerous studies to try to see if we could combine that loading space with an additional Type G, but unfortunately, it results in quite a few structural gymnastics to remove columns. And as you can imagine, with the remaining 15 stories above, the size of the beam becomes quite deep. Therefore, although we can be efficient in removing the columns, we lose headroom with the introduction of a new beam. But if we were to put the loading bay as part of the new development, we can create a large double height space that facilitates the flipping of the dumpster within the building itself, maneuvering for a 3-point turn and then pulling back out onto Yonge Street in a clean and an efficient manner. And again, here is just showing that here's on the second floor, there could be a large retail space, and this space would be the double height space that facilitates the overhead flipping of the dumpster into the garbage truck. And here's an enlargement. The next series of slides are just really the floor plans of itself. Here's the walkout terrace on the third floor, which is for the general residents of the tower. And then again, here we go with a typical floor plate with an 18-meter setback between the face of atrium on Bay, the existing east face of atrium on Bay, Block C, and the proposed new development with an 18-meter separation. And as we move up, what is interesting here is to see there is the existing billboard due south of the property line, and as the proposed development will slowly cantilever over the top of the billboard, as you see here, as I'm just backing up between the two slides. And then on the top floor, there's an outdoor amenity space that has 3 walls to protect from wind buffering, but is open to the air above. So in other words, there's no roof. And then of course the roof plan itself, green roof. So here's an aerial drone shot that we have developed, hopefully to give you a better sense of the context of the proposed developments that are along Edward Street, and then understanding the relationship of the proposed new residential tower in relation to the existing A, B, and C blocks of atrium on Bay.
Gregory,
yeah.
How many more minutes do you think?
I got a few more. I can wrap this up. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, a few more minutes. So here we are with a view towards the city. Again, looking southward towards the lake along the Yonge Street corridor. This is the shot of the large walkout terrace I mentioned on the fourth floor, sorry, I mentioned. And here's the most odd bit of part. This is where the building itself cantilevers over the billboard. There's a 15-meter vertical gap between the top of the billboard itself. And here's where I want to draw your attention to is the windows that are below just below or at eye level with the billboard have been deliberately reconfigured so that the windows face in the east-west direction, that there are no windows to the south that look out onto the billboard itself. And those who are any kind of Seinfeld fans, this is not the Kenny Rogers roasters looking out on a neon sign in your living room. And my understanding is that the agreement with any advertising on the north side of this billboard have been removed, as we're indicating here. And here is a general straight-on dead elevation just to show you the development. And the cantilever is achieved by a 1.2 meter thick concrete slab transitioning at the 24th floor. And here we go. And here is a south elevation with the billboard removed, just to show you that the facade treatment that we would do in behind the billboard would be sort of a blind window approach. We would continue with the rhythm and pattern of the window grid, but those would be in the panel itself set back to represent where windows would be if there wasn't a billboard. And finally, of course, there is the Yonge Street corridor, the Yonge Tomorrow plan that we adopted into our planning rationale. And here are just some general shots of, here is, of course, most notably, is in 1949, the former Bank of Nova Scotia. It is on the heritage list of buildings, and that is something the initial comments from the planning department have asked us to take this into consideration as part of the development. And here it is, the street view of that shot. And of course, the proposed materiality would be a hand-laid look of brick, harking back to sort of the materiality of Yonge Street, the original sort of two to 3 story buildings that used to line along Yonge Street. Well, thank you. That concludes my presentation. And I'll just stop the share.
That's great. Thank you very much. Panel members, we have a few minutes for questions of clarification. So I'm going to see if I can see the participants' view. If you could put up your hand, and I'm seeing Heather and Joe. So let's start with you, Heather.
Great, thank you. 2 quick questions. In the view shed analysis, I'm just curious, is this proposal hidden in, I think it's the second view, by the new City Hall towers? That's the first question. And then the second question is, noted on 8, 12, 16, and 20th floors, the common rooms, are those residential amenity, and how are you faring with respect to interior and exterior amenity in general on the project?
Yes, certainly. So if I could just share my screen, I'll go back to the slides if that's all right, just to get to your first question about the view corridor. So generally, the view corridor, was it the one from, I'll just enlarge this. It is out of sight of the, yeah.
Oh, I see.
We are safe from the, it doesn't encroach in the view corridor from City Hall. It just, yeah,
right.
we're in here.
Okay.
So we just escaped from that.
Is your proposal modeled in this view?
No, it's not modeled in here.
Okay.
No, but it would be just off to the right here. Yes. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And then to your other question about, I'll just bring up a floor plan. Yeah, every 4th floor has an amenity space, common space, which would be a common lounge for the tenants to come down, since the units are reasonably small, to either socialize or just to do your own thing within this space, just to get out of your room. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. And then, so is this providing the 2 square meters per unit for interior, and how is the project faring on the exterior amenity number?
Yeah, so yes, it does in terms of the interior. The exterior, we have the 2 outdoor spaces, which is the terrace on the 4th floor, as well as the terrace on the 34th floor. That's for the, let's say, the private use of the tenants. And then in terms of the public realm concept, of course, there is the greater ground floor reconfiguration of or access to the Atrium on Bay shopping mall itself, which has its 2 floors, ground floor, and a lower level of retail. And then, of course, there is the underground parking has sorry, I should have mentioned that there is 0 parking provided on this development, but at the P1 and P2 level would be tenant lockers, as well as the long-term and short-term parking spaces for bicycles, as well as a dedicated bicycle parking elevator to take you up to the floor, up to the grade level.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Joe and then Jim.
Thank you, Michael. I guess 2 related questions. What is the east-west width of the tower proposed? It looks like it's somewhere between 18 and 20 meters. I'm just curious about that and the footprint size. And I'm specifically thinking below or at or below the office level, you know, with a 15-story adjacent office building. Where I'm going with my question, I guess, is there's an 18-meter separation distance you're proposing between residential uses, some of which have their primary windows facing a large wall of office users 18 meters away. And so I'm just imagining, you know, sleeping in my 1-bedroom apartment, and, you know, I've got a bunch of keeners working across the way, coming in at 8 o'clock in the morning with their coffee and, you know, watching me get out of my pajamas. And I'm just, you know, that proximity issue. Maybe the development team can speak to why you guys think that works, and why that makes sense, why that's acceptable, and whether you've made this building as narrow as you can in the circumstances. Thank you.
So to answer your first question, the floor plate is 23.5 meters east-west. And if you want to just know the north-south, it's 27.7 at the kind of mid-block. And at the cantilever portion, the floor plate is 23.5 meters by 37 meters. So it's longer obviously in the north-south direction. And then, yes, to answer your question about the 18-meter separation between, let's say, building faces, that came about with a rationale of rather than following the tall building guidelines of 25 meters between 2 residential towers, is there an opportunity to say, look at the time of day and time of use, where the office tower is primarily occupied during the day, and those that coming in the residential aspect are coming in later in the afternoon? Can we look at perhaps reducing the 25 meter traditional setback between towers that is residential to residential, and say, is there perhaps an opportunity here between, since one end is commercial and one side's residential, could we reduce that number? And again, it gets down to the efficiency of the floor plate. If we were to observe the 25.5 meter setback, then yeah, we become a very inefficient floor plate. Right now, the typical floor plate is 650 square meters. So thus, further setbacks would then reduce that efficiency of that floor plate by quite a bit.
Just to make sure I understood the answer correctly, Michael, if I could, the width of the building is 23.5 meters?
East-west, yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Joe. Jim, final question, clarification?
Yeah, thanks. Just to go back to the loading, maybe I missed it, but is the existing loading dock on the north side going to disappear when you introduce this new off-street?
No, that would remain in use as dedicated for the remainder of the office block. Yes.
Okay. Did you guys look at integrating them at all?
We did try to. So that was a study that we tried to do to add the type G loading, the new required type G loading into the existing. And what results is we need to remove some columns.
Okay.
So that becomes a structural gymnastics of, although achievable, becomes budget-wise quite expensive. Yes. So our rationale was it was better to plan new in the new building or the new wing rather than try to reconfigure the existing.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. So at this point, we can move into the commentary phase of the meeting. We have about 30 minutes for your comments. We have 6 panel members. To my great delight, I can tell you that you each have 5 minutes, which is a rarity. in panel's comment timing. So I'm going to use the list I used for roll call, but in reverse. So I'm going to start with you, Paul, followed by Anna and Joe, then Olivia, Jim, and Heather. So, Paul, if you could go first.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the clear presentation. And I also just wanted to thank, I'm going to forget the name, but the client for showing up. I think it's rare that we see the client and the developer present actually at these meetings, but it is much appreciated to have the ability to understand that perspective, but also have a bit of a dialogue and provide some feedback. As far as the presentation, I think it's incredibly clear and was communicated very effectively. So again, appreciate that. I have a feeling this is a proposal we're going to be seeing a lot more of in the next 12 months as we're all sort of figuring out how we all work together, future of downtown and all of these sort of combined issues. So I appreciate the efforts to be at the front of this and the efforts to develop something that responds to the new realities, but also does so in a way that I think respects the existing building as well and the sort of embodied carbon and all of these other things. We've seen a lot of proposals nearby here that pay lip service to heritage, do a lot of demolition and introduce a whole lot of density. And I think this proposal strikes a really fine balance on all of those points. Beyond that, I think, you know, the architecture and everything and the resolution and the space planning is really good. I'm going to just sort of dive into the big question, and really is the signage and how we got to a point where that sign is more valuable than whatever number it is, but 20% of the units that should be really well resolved and have a fantastic view on a premier public space of our downtown, and would maybe encourage, plead, question, ask to find ways to resolve that. Clearly, you've been able to negotiate the north side of that sign, but I just don't see how the continued existence of that sign is really compatible with the building that's put forward. It forces a lot of the units on the west side, on that southwest corner specifically, to have relatively narrow frontages at a place where they should be corner units with really great access to sun and view. And to I think Joe's point, the bottom half of them are all looking out onto an office building that's only 18 meters away. So I think I'd be quite fine with the 18 meters if they had the south view as well, but they actually have a zero view to the south. So I think that's really the one that stands out for me. And I don't know that there's really, the rest are sort of details. I think we really need to find a way to deal with that sign, either subsume it, integrate it, ideally make it go away. But otherwise, I think the elements, their resolution are really in sort of a good keeping and address a kind of current issue. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm sure others can jump in on other points. Thank you.
You went there, Paul. Good. Thank you. Anna, you're next.
Thanks. So thank you for the presentation, and I think I'll just put it out there that I think this is really an excellent response, I think, to the issue that Tom put forward in terms of the goals as a client for this site. And I think you talked about revitalization, how important it is to bring this building back to life and give it new use. And I think you have achieved that. So I think I commend you for that. That's a very tricky thing to do in such a well-established building. Like we all know Atrium on Bay, we all know how valuable it is to the community. We know we know how old it is, we know what the issues are. It's in an absolutely spectacular location, and the opportunities of being able to directly connect to the subway have been achieved. Your ability to kind of bring the loading internally has been achieved, and you've added residential density to the site while improving, a corner of that retail mall. So, I think you've really hit the mark with the project. So, so my comments are, before I get to the sign, why not more? I think you've done a great job on that little corner. You've got a wonderful retail asset here. Can this improvement be extended? And in particular, I'm thinking along the interior of the mall. These interior spaces are very important to the community. And so I wonder about that. I do wonder about the Yonge Street setback at being only 4 meters. I see that you've inset the doors to that retail unit, which helps a little bit, but that's such a busy street, and the pedestrian flow is, just so persistent in that location that perhaps if there could be some improvement there, I think that would really, improve the project. And then I'll just save the best for last, like the sign. I just simply don't understand it. And I appreciate how much value that amount of billboard signage has to somebody. But 20 years from now, when this beautiful building in the corner is still here and living its best life, you're going to have a building that's notched over Y. And the billboard, I don't think, will stand the test of time in the way that this building will. So I think it's an issue that really needs to be wrestled a bit further. And then I think you're done. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Great intro. Joe.
Hi. First, just a very quick and brief shout out to Rob McCrae, who I believe was a past president of the OEA and a partner at Page and Steel, I believe, and I think maybe the principal designer of Atrium on Bay, or one of the principal designers way back in the day. He's a blast from the past. Anyway, I just seeing this project come back, just thought I'd acknowledge Rob and the team at Page and Steel way back when Atrium on Bay was, quite a development in the downtown area. Very quickly, though, appreciating time and agreeing with Paul and Anna's comments. I maybe just adding or amplifying a couple of things. I really like the effort to improve the entrance from Yonge Street to the retail portions of Atrium on Bay. I think if I understood Anna's comments, I would agree with her that maybe encouraging more thinking in that regard about how to I'm not sure how exactly, but somehow to really open up the sidewalk at there and make that welcome into the retail environment more special in some kind of way. That may include widening the sidewalk areas at the ground plane. I also agree about the sign. Let me go to the overall strategy first of all. It's an unusual project, obviously an unusual circumstance, and I think therefore can be understood as exceptional. And by that I don't mean in excellence terms. I just mean that it's exceptional circumstances, and so maybe some unusual or measures can be understood, like an 18-meter separation distance. I do note 650 square meters is pretty small on the footprint size for sure. 23.5 meters is wider than you need to make the building, but I appreciate if you make it narrower, then that 650 number even comes down further. So I get that, but as I think Anna or Paul pointed out, the sign exacerbates that condition of in that lower, I guess it's about the lower 18 or 15 to 18 stories of the residential that are on the west facing the office. And if that sign wasn't there, at least that one additional unit would have a better exposure. I don't know if there's anything in the unit planning. I appreciate that if you've already lost 30% of office tenants during COVID, that's quite a challenge in a really important office location in downtown Toronto. So I appreciate the dilemma. I guess I would add to the nervousness or concern about everything being driven by the sign. I can just imagine the income there. I don't know the economics. I'm sure it's kind of crazy, but it just seems bizarre that that sign is driving things in the way they appear to be on the project. So I would join the chorus about that being a kind of fatal flaw, I think, at the moment, but not irredeemable. So good luck with that. Thank you.
Can I answer a question on the sign so you have an understanding of the background, or just okay? So is that okay? I'll be 30.
Well, we have a little bit of extra time, so if it's just 2 minutes, Tom,
it's going to be a minute. I just want to give people background because I failed to do so. So the owner of the sign actually was one of the original developers of the atrium on Bay, and they retained the signage rights. So they actually have a restrictive covenant and easements over the entire land where you can't obstruct the north or south views or do anything on site. So we actually purchased from them the right to obstruct the north view. We don't own the sign. I wish we did because it does make a lot of money. So the sign is a bit of a handicap. It's a legal handicap that we have no control or ownership over. I just wanted to give you guys that background.
Appreciate that, Tom. Thanks for that. We'll continue with that new insight. And Olivia, you're next.
Thank you. And thanks for that insight, Tom. This is kind of a really weird project that's a result of trying to build something in one of the densest parts of the city. So I can appreciate that there's a lot of challenges in this neighborhood. I would agree with some of Joe and Anna's comments on just giving more at the ground plane. What you're dealing with in terms of the existing condition, this is just, I find, one of the most hostile places in the city as a pedestrian. It just never feels like there's enough. And I know the city staff have talked about the sort of road narrowing project, which is great. But I think you can still use more with that additional 4 meters that will come after narrowing Yonge Street. One question I have, and I'm sure this probably sounds easier said than done, but on Edward Street, whether that service loading space could be flipped with the retail. I worry a bit about the viability of that little retail. It feels like a leftover space, and it would just give more presence to the active uses on that frontage. And then from a sustainability standpoint, so we didn't talk about sustainability. You're not obliged to go beyond minimum standards, but I just refuse to believe that there's not a market out there and that young people buying condos are not interested in addressing climate change. You're also dealing with a synergy between office spaces and residential spaces. We know the office spaces are cooling dominant and residential spaces are heating dominant. So is there some sort of creative and weird solution that you can find in there? I think you mentioned that the green roofs are at the top of the building, and I would encourage you to see if you can push them down and have them in the amenity space. One issue with the sort of 18-meter separation is not just daylight, but views. So when you can't see the sky, I think having a green roof might be a really valuable biophilic asset. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. From a transportation perspective, not a lot to add. I would agree with Anna and others about the Yonge Street setback. It would be great to have more pedestrian space on Yonge. It's always a very crowded area there, just walking up and down the street. So great to have a bit more presence and a bit more setback there. It's too bad the loading couldn't be rearranged to minimize the number of driveway accesses on Edward Street. So, you know, if things do change radically, perhaps in response to the panel's comments, maybe that's something that could be in future looked at again. But other than that, I don't think I have any comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Finally, Heather.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Just wanted to state that, yes, I absolutely.
Heather's on a train. We're hearing
I'm so sorry about that. That's bad
okay,
timing.
no problem.
Absolutely agree that this is, you know, a pitch perfect spot for residential use. Also, really appreciate all of the study that was done, especially the east-west nature of the site, as well as the north-south nature of Yonge Street. And glad that the team did the research about the kind of future studies, how Elm and Edward will be meeting Yonge Street. Like Jim and others, I also had the question about whether the loading could be shared with the office space. You know, could there be a turntable? It sounds like you've probably exhausted a lot of those studies there, but if there's a chance to push that further and really start to enliven the south side of Edward Street as it meets Yonge, that would be appreciated. It sounds like that's a common goal. I'm a little bit skeptical about the residential lobby and the spaces currently proposed. Knowing what we know about parcels being delivered, it seems like some of those spaces might be undersized. I really appreciated the bike elevator. I'm also a bit skeptical of the 2 residential suites on the 3rd floor. With respect to the kind of mix of uses that you've got up there, maybe they also get turned into a live work. They just seem to be a bit orphaned in that location. Also wonder if a specific retailer was being considered. To me, it looks like the ground floor could be reduced. There seems to be a kind of, you know, awkward dimension of space around the escalator, and that, you know, the primary retail location is actually on the 2nd floor. So maybe there's a way of just having, you know, elements touched down at grade on Yonge Street in favor of giving over more area to the public realm and increasing that pedestrian clearway dimension that we know is very challenged there. I'm not really too fussed about the relationship of the building to the billboard, actually. I think it's sort of part and parcel of living right at Yonge and Dundas. Anyone who's going to be buying in a building like this wants to be in the thick of it and in the center of the action. So, you know, there will be ambient light from the billboards around there, and goodness knows there's lots of noise there too. So I sort of feel like if you're signing up for that, then really, you know, you're choosing this as a place to live, to repeat myself, right in the thick of it. With respect to architectural expression, just quickly, I don't know if hand laid is actually you know, a thing at 38 stories. I think it's fine, but it probably could be thin brick and precast, or just precast. And I wonder if the team had considered easing the relationship of the cantilever over the sign by maybe stepping it rather than having a kind of single slice. It might be a bit more expressive on the architecture side, the relationship might feel a bit more finessed. And I do think there's a place in the world for this kind of architecture that really, you know, has more jigs and jogs and hits the ground maybe only where it needs to, kind of machine for living. Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Well, thank you, panel members, for your comments. These are hard truths that we're hearing about, that we're hearing about responses to the pandemic's influence on some office space, the employment space that's so vital to the diversity of the downtown. And of course, a few weeks ago, we just saw similar strategies being applied on University Avenue, where commercial uses, office uses, being supplemented by residential. So it's a hard truth. We're seeing the need for very dramatic responses to the change in the city. This is a very metropolitan condition too. There are echoes of Tokyo and New York City and London, where architecture responds to not to soft truths, but hard ones about these economic realities, where at least for a sign maybe, 20, 30 years into the future. So very interesting to see it, but also and I really enjoyed the intro that you gave, Anna, excellent response to the goals, the revitalization of the city core, great, tricky thing to do, but very well done here. All of the issues being addressed, the subway, loading, residential density on site, retail goals, these are all good things in the context, in the post-COVID metropolitan context. Impossible to, and then one more thing, the synergies that are possible, as mentioned by Olivia, the combination of residential and office uses have innate, intrinsic energy synergies, that the systems can work together and be something that actually demonstrates one more step toward the kind of the sustainability, because of the schedules and the way in which energy is used throughout the day, one building type versus another's. All really interesting possibilities here. And then I wouldn't say quite a split opinion, but certainly if mine was included, it might be more split, just to say that definitely the sign and the response to the sign being understood to be a challenge that everyone wishes could be resolved. We heard you loud and clear about the condition that you've managed. You've bought the northern rights, and the sign is still there. So another significant accomplishment. And finally, the space between the buildings, an interesting response. The daytime users in the office, the morning and evening users in the tower, except for perhaps Joe getting up a little bit later when the keeners in the office a little bit earlier. But all to say that there's the separation distances, clearly opinions about that. The sign, majority of opinion about that. And then the hope that with all of those things, issues still up in the air, that there's the pitch perfect spot for residential, and the opportunity to continue to improve the very constrained Yonge Street sidewalk environment on that west side, understanding that it's not going to be improved much on Edward unless there's a new loading condition contemplated. So many good things about the project. The sign seems to be something that panel members have expressed, clearly they've expressed their opinion about. So panel members, this is an item on which we will vote. So I think you've heard clear commentary. Leanne, if you could put up the vote, and panel members, I'll ask for your vote.
It is intended to provide emphasis and clarity to the discussion and an indication of how well the project advances the panel's mandate by promoting design excellence. Voting options are as follows: Support means that the project meets the relevant design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should continue in the proposed direction and include refinements that were recommended during the review. This option can be made with key conditions if so desired by the panel. Non-support means that the project does not meet the fundamental design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should be substantially redesigned to address the issues identified during the discussion.
That's clear, Leanne, thank you. Panel members, I'm going to ask in the order of your commentary, starting with you. Oh, before I do that, we have an opportunity, panel members, to suggest a key condition for a vote of support, recognizing that all these comments are already included in the narrative that will be transmitted to the proponent. So you'd have to be putting up your virtual hand for me to see if there was any interest in that. I'm going to go to the participants list to see if there are any hands. Paul, I see a hand.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I've been swayed by Heather's impassioned defense of the sign and the unique maybe demographics of people that will be choosing to move here regardless. And I think there's also a fundamental economic reality of that sign. And so while I guess I'll cut to the chase, is there a condition around resolving the sign, screening, natural light and view that can be put in as a condition? Because I'd be prepared to do a approved with that condition myself.
Sure.
I can't come up with the words at the moment,
Yeah,
so
well,
if anyone can help.
Yeah, I think you said it very well. If there be further development of the access to light and view for the units obstructed by the sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
And resolution of issues of privacy, perhaps.
Resolution of issues of
privacy.
Yeah. Okay. So two conditions. Panel member, maybe the right way to ask this, are any objections to that being a condition? Doesn't mean you have to vote for it, just any objections to that being the condition.
Could I just perhaps understand Paul's intentions there? I think what you mean, Paul, just if I'm clear, is not that the removal of the sign is a condition of the approval. It's simply that more work is done around the impact of the sign and the privacy issues between the new tower and the existing. Is that what you're proposing, Paul? I'm unclear as to.
Yeah,
that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
I think regardless of what we say here, that we're going to get another version, or the city will get a version of this application with the sign still there.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think there is, especially in the hands of this team, a path to resolution that I'm confident of. And then so the condition is around accepting it with sign.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Okay. So with that condition, panel members, starting with you, Paul.
I will vote to support then.
Next, we have Anna.
Support.
Joe.
Support.
Olivia.
Support.
Jim.
Support.
Finally, Heather.
Support.
What an interesting afternoon.